circle around here and we'll start here.
Sarah Williams, Blackstone.
Karen Vernon, Millville.
Tara Larkin, Millville.
Wendy Greenstein, Blackstone.
Tammy Lemmy, Blackstone.
Erin Vanaco, Millville.
Jack Keefe, Blackstone.
Jane Reggio, Millville.
Jason DeFalco, Superintendent.
Thank you and welcome everyone. You should have in your packet consent agenda A. We have payroll items, some payables, and the minutes from July 13th. I'll entertain a motion to move consent agenda A.
So, second.
Moved by Erin, seconded by Tammy. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? At this time, I'm going to propose that we take the agenda out of order. I'm going to ask Dr. DeFalco to present his return to school recommendations to the school committee, and then we will move to a public forum. I think this way, if there are any changes to what people had seen at our last July 31st meeting, they'll have an opportunity to respond to that before they have to speak in the public forum. If anyone is watching at home and has some things that they would like to share with the committee, you may send that in the chat and we will share that as it comes through. But remember that this is not a question and answer period. It is in fact an opportunity for you to make a statement that might help the school committee as we deliberate the decisions that we'll make tonight moving the education forward within our district. If you are here and want to say something at the podium, please come to the podium and stand on the sticker that's on the floor without touching the podium or the microphone. And please keep your mask on, and then that way we don't have to clean things in between. So on that, I will send it to Dr. DeFalco.
Thanks so much, Ms. Reggio. Good evening, everybody. It's good to be back in person. It's nice to have everybody together, even though we're all still spread out. But it's good to be up and running and getting a little bit of normalcy, I guess, back to the way we operate. So before I start really working through an overview of what our final recommendations are for the upcoming school year, I just want to start by sharing a picture. And Jesse, I don't know if you can zoom in on this. I'm not sure if you can see, but I want to show everybody this visual because I do think it is very symbolic of what it feels like right now, I think for all of us, as we think about how are we going to move forward and reopen our schools. For those that can't really see the visual, it's a picture of kind of a 5-piece orchestra on a, looks like kind of a beam balancing on a rock in the middle of the ocean, trying not to tip and fall in. And so I share this somewhat in jest because it's a kind of an interesting photo, but it really does feel like that's what we're trying to do right now. And in that meeting, trying to keep the balance, keep everybody's needs met, and move our system forward very, very safely as we think about how to reopen our schools in September. And with that, I also want to just note, and it's really important for people that are at home to understand this. I am not here, we are not here to market a plan, to convince anybody that our plan is the best plan, it's the only plan, it's the perfect plan. What we're going to look at this evening is informed by research, it's informed by data, by best practice, and it is our best shot at putting together what we think is a safe return and recovery option for our system. But I certainly don't want folks to get the idea or the sense that I as superintendent, or any superintendent for that matter, is really trying to market something. This is not a product to be marketed. It's more so a plan to be discussed and to be considered for implementation regarding how to safely get children and staff back into our schools. And so I just wanted to take a moment to really express that up front. And so as we start to move forward, I want to share just an update on our local context. This was shared with me with our local boards of health on the 3rd of August, which I believe was Monday. You can see since March, Millville, our total cases, COVID cases, are 33. We have one current active case in Millville, according to their Board of Health. Blackstone, we have a total of 60 cases and 1 active case. You'll notice those numbers are up slightly from the last meeting. Blackstone's numbers are up 1, Millville's, I believe, are up 3, with an overall rate of about 0.8% infection or transmission. So I just think that local context matters. I want to look back at where we were during our last meeting and just kind of re-anchor us in what our goals are. You know, the goals are to reopen our schools and to do so in a way that really focuses on the physical, the intellectual, the social, emotional, and behavioral health of our students. And at the end of the day, those are the aspects of the proposal that we're going to put forward that matter most, is because we're trying to get to that. We're trying to get our students back with us as safely as possible, as much as possible, which is our second goal, but so that we can really work on focusing in on those few areas that are bolded. I also want to, again, underscore the fact that although our plans this evening will look almost like a snapshot in time, we understand that it's going to take time to get to that particular snapshot, right? It's not as though we're going to flip a switch and everything turns back on. I think the best way to think about the implementation of this work is similar to how we have seen governors, or Governor Baker, our own governor, but governors across the country, those that have done an effective job, slowly reopen their economies and getting people safely back to work and back to a little bit of normalcy. So what you will see tonight is more of a snapshot, isn't necessarily that slow progression of how we bring this back, and how we bring our children back into our classrooms. Again, I know that everyone's aware that the Department of Ed has asked us to develop and submit 3 plans. We did submit our preliminary plans on time last Friday. And we learned actually this afternoon at 12 that we all systems across the Commonwealth have an extension to August 14th, which isn't a ton of time. The plan was initially due on the 10th. Now it's due, I think, 14th is a Friday or something, or a Thursday. So we have a couple of extra days for whatever that's worth. But we are still moving full steam ahead. We did learn that today. And we are waiting on feedback from the department on our particular plan. So I'm eager to see what they have to say, because our proposal, as you can imagine, was very unique. We did not submit one plan and send it in. We actually sent in all 3, explaining how the 3 plans are intertwined, which plan is allocated for which group of kids, and the why behind all of that. So I'm eager to hear what the department has to say about that work. And so with that, I just want to quickly review what those preliminary plans were that we discussed last week before we move forward into a final recommendation. We talked a bit about having our kindergarten through 3rd grade students all back to in-person learning, along with our special populations. So those are students with significant special needs, our English language learners, our high needs students, and Ms. PG's here this evening and can speak to any of those questions that we might have about those particular plans. And I do want to draw to attention of everyone again, the 3rd and 4th bullet here, which really outlines the fact that in order for us to bring our kindergarten to 3rd grade students back safely, we need to have those students spread out across significant amount of space, 6 feet apart. We may require additional staff, and it could require a reorganization of our elementary schools for this year. And I underscore the notion could, because we're going to look at some data a few slides into the presentation that shows we may not need to use that reorganization. We don't know exactly yet, but we're going to go through what our surveys told us about where our families are with their thinking and what they would like to do in September. Then we discussed our preliminary plans around having a hybrid model. And you'll notice that we did change here the proposed model The model we discussed at our last meeting for consideration was a 2-1-2 model. Here, I've outlined it as a 3x2. I'm going to explain what all that means. Lots of new kind of vocab we're all learning as we move through this. And we also are providing options for families on remote days when their children are not in in-person learning through some larger spaces at the high school that we have for our high school students and for our 4th through 8th grade at the Boys and Girls Club. And again, we're going to look at the data and what the parents said on their surveys in a few minutes, because I think that will really help us to kind of anchor our thinking and where do we go from here, right? So the whole idea was to present the preliminary plans, survey families, send out a survey to staff to get a sense of what our school community is thinking about our initial ideas, and then bring back something more concrete this evening, which we'll look at toward the end of our presentation for the committee to consider. So with that, let's jump into our survey data. And you'll see the name of the school kind of in that upper left quadrant there. This is the high school. BMR took, we had approximately 272 surveys taken. And so we know that we're still short surveys. And I know that Mr. Dudek's going to be working with his admin team to outreach those families and make sure that we get their voices captured on here, because it's very important for planning purposes. So I would ask to our families at home, those of you that took our survey, thank you so much. Those of you that are wondering what survey, I didn't see it, I'd ask you to look at your email again or check out our Facebook page. The survey links are right there. They were posted last Friday with a little message from me. Or if all else fails, email me directly, email your child's principal, and we want to make sure that you get the survey so that we can get your information reflected here. And so the question for this particular piece of data was, with appropriate safety measures and social distancing measures put in place, do you intend on sending your child back to school for in-person remote instruction this fall, specifically 9 through 12 for a hybrid model? So this is probably one of the most important pieces of data we collected because we need to get a sense of how comfortable our families are feeling about allowing their child or children to return to our system with the right measures in place. I will tell you that the second question after this one was, if you selected no, tell us why. And so we did ask for families to give us a lot more information. And by and large, the overall sense for the families who selected no was just that they still don't feel it's safe yet.
Jason, what's the third? It says yes, no, and if selected no, are you?
Staying with us for remote learning. Yeah, so, you know, we had some individuals that are going to opt to do their own homeschooling, which is very different from remote learning. And so we wanted to make sure we could capture that. You'll notice some of the data seems a little off. Like, for instance, we have 33 people that said, if you selected no, are you staying with remote? But we only had, I can't see what that is. Is that
36.
a 30? Okay, 36. So that one actually happens to be on point, but some of them are not. You'll notice when you look at the numbers, some families took this same survey for the same kid a few times, same student a few times. So we had to go back through and clean up some of the data. But this is the raw data that came right from the survey before we were able to go through and really review it carefully. So, but in this situation, you can see for the 272 surveys taken, 232 families intend on sending their children back to the high school in the fall for this hybrid model, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. We had the 36 families who said no, and then 33 of the 36 plan on participating in our remote. So again, this is really helpful because then Mr. Dudek and his team will be able to really look at those three families, who are they, and what we'll be able to do to support them with their learning as well, or if they do homeschooling or whatever it is that they're doing. At our middle school, we had 309 surveys taken, and you will see that about 256, I believe that says, I do not have my glasses on, I apologize, 256 families said yes, that they have opted in for our 6 through 8 hybrid model, which is about 82% of families. And then you can see down below that we had about 18% say that they will not be participating, and all of them will be participating in our district remote-based learning model. So if we look at the high school, we had about 85%. We look at the middle school, we had about 82%. Then we look at MES. MES was one. You're probably looking at thinking, there's 232 surveys taken. Are there actually 232 children there? So Ms. Schaefer and I went through the data a couple times, and we had a few issues with the participation, just in that some parents took this survey a few times, and it may be because they changed their mind and they couldn't go back in and edit or what have you. So, but you will see that about 75% of the students or the families that participated in the survey will be sending their children for in-person learning, for the K-3 full in-person model, and the 4 and 5 hybrid model. And again, we'll define what those models are in just a few minutes. And then 55 of our survey participants will not be sending those children back. Now, the good news about the way we collected the data is, as I had shared with the committee and the community last week, it's not anonymous. So we actually can go student by student and make sure that we've got every child captured in our results, and we're able to make sure that we can plan appropriately for each student. Then we asked another, I think, a really important question, and we wanted to get a sense of where our families stand or stood with this particular issue. One of the proposals that was brought forward in order to get our students back full in person in kindergarten and third grade was this idea of needing to have more kind of square footage, if you will, more space. And so we talked about the idea and moved forward with a preliminary plan for putting our kindergarten and first graders across the system all at Millville, and all of our second through fifth graders at the JFK AFM complex. So we wanted to know, well, what do the parents think? That was a really important piece of feedback to us. And you can see, of our survey participants at Millville, just over 80% were in favor of reorganizing the elementary schools to get the kids back in for in-person instruction. Again, we may not need to do that, but it's really important for us to get this survey feedback to see if we do have to, where do families stand on that. And you can see that just under 20% of families said in Millville Elementary that they would not support the reorganization. Then we go to the JFK AFM complex. We had some similar challenges there with some of their surveys, so we had to kind of clean that data up since putting the slides together. But we asked again, to what degree would our families send our students back to the complex with the safety provisions and social distancing measures put in place? You can see that 72% of our families, or 328 families, said they would in fact send their children back for in-person instruction. It's interesting to look at the results because you can certainly see our middle and high school families, at least based on our results, data, seemingly have a more comfortable sense with the social distancing measures and the safety precautions in place for our older students. And while they're certainly not different for our younger students, you can see that our families that have children at the younger grades, are still a bit concerned for health and safety reasons. And we asked the same question to the JFK AFM families about reorganizing the two elementary schools. We asked, would they be comfortable, would they support the kindergarten through first grade being at Millville Elementary and all second through fifth grade being at the JFK AFM complex? And you can see, not unlike the results from Millville, we had 81.8% of families said they would support that reorganization for that to get this in-person instruction model in place. And 18.2% said they would not support it. I think that's an important piece of information because as we continue to clean up our survey data and try to fill in the gaps for families that didn't, for one reason or another, weren't able to take the survey, we're going to need to make sure that we can hold on to that information because we may need to make that change. At this point, we're not sure because we're still missing some results. But this gives a good sense that, by and large, our families are in support of the reorganization so that the in-person learning can take place. Probably the other really important piece of information to share with the community as a whole is really looking at the idea of transportation. That's kind of the other challenging, although all of this is challenging, but the other very challenging piece of this work is how do we get our students to and from school safely? And so we asked a series of questions to each one of our families. And it really started with the notion, do you need transportation or is it possible for you to, in some capacity, whether it's through a carpool cohort or, walking or biking or able to drop off your own child or children at school, what is the absolute need for transportation? Because as those at home are watching and our school committee is aware, we essentially can run our buses at a third of their capacity. One student per seat, and unless it's a sibling group, at which point we can have two siblings sitting together. Kids need to have their masks on, the windows will be open, facing forward, and staying seated the whole time. But again, if you imagine we run, you can run a bus at, up to 75 students, in some cases I think a little bit more, but we can only run at most, our largest bus can hold 27. So that causes a significant strain on the transportation needs of the system and the financial scope of this work as well. And so we're really asking families to help us where they can. So you can see at the high school, we had about 50% of our families that said they do not need transportation. We had about 35% say they do need it. Then we asked specifically, if you need it, do you need it in the morning? Do you need it in the afternoon? And some parents said, as you can see, just under 2% said that they only need it for morning transportation. And then in the afternoon, that they only need it for PM transportation at about 14.3%. So getting under the hood of this information, no pun intended with the bus, that was a bad joke, sorry, but is really helpful because then we can, I know it went right over, but will be helpful because we can actually start to take the students and build the bus routes, which is going to be critical in terms of figuring out how many bus runs we're going to need to make. And as you can imagine, will have a direct impact on school start and end times. So that was the high school's overview. The middle school, not hugely different. We saw 43% of middle schoolers that took the survey that do not need transportation, and 38.5 that do need it. And then, of course, you can see the breakdown for just the morning and the afternoon. At Millville, we have about half of our families, 50% that took the survey that said they do not need it. And for those who do need transportation, we're just under 35%. And so these are really important numbers, again, because when we look at the way we have our current secondary schools and elementary schools set up, we have different tiers and different times, and all of that will be impacted. And I say that to families to just ask for patience as we start to finalize all of the survey collection and building the routes, because it's going to take some time to actually hand map each one of these bus routes based on the results we have from our families. The JFK AFM complex, you can see about 52% of our families that participated in the survey do not need the transportation, and about 36.8% said they do. So I want to go to kind of a different place now and talk a little bit about our really the two main models that we have. Yes, we have a full remote model, and we certainly can discuss that at length as well, but I really want to get to some of the nuts and bolts about the full in-person instruction, and then talk about the hybrid model, because I think those are the two pieces I'm hearing a lot about from our community and a lot of questions and kind of wonders about. So what you're looking at here is a breakdown, and we only added to our presentation this evening the K through 3 results because those are the grades that we're looking to do full in-person. Those are the grades that we talked about needing 2 classroom spaces, potentially, needing 2 adults, right? 1 in each classroom. And so what we wanted to do was actually get a sense of, well, what do the numbers look like in terms of families that are comfortable sending their children back for full in-person compared to families who are more comfortable doing it remote. And so what you'll see here by grade is the number of children that their parents opted them in for full in-person, the number of children where their parents opted them in for remote, the number of teachers we currently have at that grade level, what the class size would be with the number of in-person students and the number of teachers. But then underneath, there's a parenthesis there that's really important because those are the students who are missing from the data. So where it says missing 6, that means we're missing 6 students from the kindergarten survey results for the complex. So I say that to you because those 6 could end up in-person, they could end up in remote, they could end up a split, they could end up in either one of those scenarios. So we want to make sure that we put this data right out here to give the committee and the community a sense of what the numbers look like, understanding that we're still missing some of the surveys. You'll notice in first grade, we're missing a significant amount. I'm not sure why. I don't know what happened there, but I know that Dr. Remke and her team are on that, resurveying and trying to find out from families what they are thinking about for the fall. But you can see there that we did have 39 families in grade 1 opt in for in-person, 8 opt in for remote, and with 4 teachers, that's 10 students a class. We know that number is going to change, by the way. I mean, there's 43 families there that didn't submit their surveys. So that's an important one because we need to make sure that we keep those in-person class sizes relatively low. And because if you remember back to our last discussion, our classrooms are set up with 6 feet between, on either side, front and back of each desk, which gives us about 16 in a classroom. And so you can see, from here, just how critical getting that missing data is, because that will really dictate whether or not we need to move into a second space or look at a different staffing pattern and reallocate some funds, possibly to a particular grade level to help bring those numbers down if need be. You can see what it looks like in grade 2 at the complex. 48 in-person, 24 remote, and we're missing 19 surveys still. Now, again, you can do the math. If you added all the 19 to second grade in person, you can figure out pretty quick what the class sizes will be. And so you're adding about 4 or 5 students to each group. So you're looking at a class size of all 19 of those added to the 48, you'd have class sizes of roughly 17 students. So we're right there. We're
At most, we could put 17.
Yep, 16 to 17 with the 6 feet. That's keeping everybody at 6 feet. So, to my notion of I think we're going to be okay in terms of not needing to expand out into, reorganizing the schools and other spaces, I think we're going to be okay. But I want to get a better sense of what these numbers look like with all the survey data in. And you can see third grade, we're missing 17 of the surveys as well. But knowing Dr. Remke, she will probably have all of those results by the end of this meeting or tomorrow morning at the latest. So we'll make sure we get that. Then we look at Millville. And a little bit of a different story. You can see that Millville's, by and large, most of their surveys are in, which is really helpful. It's interesting because we have a little bit of a different opportunity here. And so you can see in kindergarten, we have 19 of our families that are opting for in-person instruction. We have 1 kindergarten teacher. In first grade, we have 15 opting in for in-person instruction, and we have 1 teacher. So, there's a safe kind of section, if you will, reasonable section. You look at second grade, you can see that we're only missing, 2 surveys, but that group's already at 19. And then you look at third grade. If you remember, third grade and fourth grade at Millville had those kind of awkward numbers of 31 and 34, like they were just over the notion of 1 teacher. So we knew that this could bubble up into a particular challenge. But I will say there are other grades particularly fourth and fifth, where the hybrid numbers are pretty low, and it's looking like we might be able to reorganize some staff that we already have in our budget to help with some of these numbers. So, I know Ms. Schaefer and I will be having some very in-depth conversations once all those surveys in, and looking at those staffing patterns to find ways to get those numbers down a bit, so we can be at that 16 level. But you can see why, that again, and I really appreciate the parents taking so much time to fill these out, because it was really easy to sort the data, throw it into a CSV file, sort it by grade level, all the names are there, and, the principals went right in and started checking off who was in, who we were missing. It made it really easy for us to track. So I really appreciate the parents' support with that. But so we've got a little more work to do before we can, before I will bring forward to the committee whether or not we need to move any space. And the second piece of the reopening plans, I think that is probably the most questioned or wondered about, which makes perfect sense, by the way, is the hybrid model. So this idea of, like, what does this actually look like? People talk about all these different ideas, these 2-1-2s or 3x2 or, 4x4 or whatever the numbers are. So what we wanted to do was take a few minutes and actually walk through a particular model with real numbers, a real schedule, to give everybody a sense of what this could look like, and talk a bit about what does the in-person look like versus the remote portion of a hybrid model. Not to be confused with a student who is fully remote. That's not coming in at all for any in-person. So we have an elementary scenario here. So pick your grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, it doesn't matter. You've got 100 students. So we use rounded numbers that are in this particular grade. And you've got 4 classroom teachers that are in this particular grade, which is our general scenario at the complex. And this grade functions as a full team, right? So there's no, particular splitting or anything. We've got 4 teachers, they work together, they plan together. So in this model, we are assuming the same. We're assuming that same partnership, the same collaboration. However, you will see when we look at the schedule that we've done something a little bit different, specifically in regards to the content that each of the teachers are teaching. And there's a reason for this. We know that our time on learning hours and requirements from the Department of Ed have been loosened. For the elementary level, it's 850 hours. And so part of that is obviously because we have a reduced school year, right? We have 170 instructional days. But we also need to keep in mind that within our school day, it's not going to run like a typical school day. We are going to need to add things into our schedule like mask breaks, which I'm ready for one now personally. But, we're going to need to add into our schedule hand washing opportunities for kids. And while they may not sound like a big deal, it actually takes time. And when you're moving around a class of, 14, 15 students, and they all have to stay 6 feet apart, you've got to transition in a certain way. That might take a little bit more time in the beginning for kids to get used to, staff to get used to. These things are just, really important. The other part that feeds right into this is the bus schedule. We may have a school that has a couple of bus runs. So we may have to have some staggered start and stop times for the students. So I mention all that to say that we've got to, keep those things in mind when we think about the school schedule and time on learning. But with all of that, so we've got 100 students, we've got 4 teachers at that particular grade that are all working together, and we've got 20 students of the 100 that said, I'm not doing hybrid, I'm going to do full remote, right? So we take those 20 students right out of the equation, because those 20 students are going to be working with a teacher, which we've surveyed, who has said, I have a pre-existing health condition, or my spouse does, or a mother does that I live with, or my child does. I can't teach to, in-person children as much as I'd love to. So the students who are doing the full remote will be working with the adults that can't do in-person instruction because of a medical situation. So we take those students and we put them into a different module. So we have our 80 students that have opted for this hybrid model, and we're going to divide those students into 2 groups. We have a purple group and we have a gold group. Now, in this particular model, this particular hybrid model, we are looking at this 3x2 concept. And I want to explain that. What that refers to is one group on week 1 going Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then the other half in week 1 coming for in-person on Thursday, Friday. Then in the second week, they switch. What I mean by that is group 1, or the purple group, and I'll show a visual of this in a second, they are still in Monday and Tuesday, right, just like they were the week before, but they're not in on the Wednesday. The Wednesday now goes to the second group of kids, the gold group. So now they're in Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And so one of the things that we felt pretty strongly about was we want to maximize as much time on learning and as much in-person instruction as we can. A lot of systems are moving to this model where half the building's in 2 days, the other half's the other 2 days, and 1 day is a deep clean, and there's some additional planning and tutoring. And while that certainly is, that's certainly one model that we could use, what we're trying to do, if you go back to our goals, is get our students in our classrooms as safely as possible, as much as possible. The other thing to think about is if we did a model that had, 2 days of in-person, 2 days of in-person for the other group, and then that 1 day that everybody's remote together. If this model were to run the full school year, that's 40 days of instruction. That's a lot. That's a lot of time. So we wanted to make sure that we were utilizing our time for teaching and learning and social emotional development, all those other pieces the best we could. So this model shows that. And so let me give you a sample. So here's an example. So again, pick your elementary grade that is going to be in a hybrid, could be 4th or 5th. And you've got 4 teachers. And on that teacher team of those 4 teachers, you will see in week 1, there's Monday through Wednesday, it's full in person for your purple kids. And during that Monday through Wednesday, your other half of your team, the gold team or the B team, whatever we call them, they are going to be on remote. And then Thursday, Friday of that week, the students that were in person, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so that purple group, they go remote Thursday, Friday, and the gold group comes in to in-person instruction on Thursday, Friday. So this just kind of gives an overview of that. But what this also shows is how this would actually work. So you've got teacher 1, teacher 2, and teacher 3. They're all doing the in-person instruction. And what are they teaching? Well, on this particular model, they're teaching reading, writing, and math. And you can see the class size, because remember, those 80 kids we put into 2 groups. So you got 40 and 40. So you take those 40 students on the purple team, and you spread them out over 3 teachers, and you've got about 13 kids in each room, which, to be frank, is an excellent number. It's under that 16, 17 students that we're trying to, and again, that 16, 17 students is at 6 feet. So we still have quite a bit of room here as far as having just 13 or 14 students in a classroom. So these students are working with their teacher all day. They're in specials. They're doing mask breaks. They're out at recess. They're having lunch, right? A more typical kind of day. Well, you are probably asking, well, let's talk about what the remote students are doing. Because what we cannot have happen is those kids go home and do busy work and not see a teacher other than once a day for a 10-minute check-in, and they're doing busy work. And we could not agree with that mindset anymore. So what we are going to propose is that teacher 4, remember, they're a team. They all work together. These teachers are all together. These children are all together on the same team. That teacher 4 is the remote teacher on that team. So that teacher is responsible in this example for science, social studies, and that RTI is just response to intervention. It's additional tutoring, it's reteaching, it's pre-teaching of vocabulary, math skills, right? This teacher, teacher 4, works daily with teacher 1, 2, and 3. So they're all plugged in. They're all plugged into the same content. They're plugged into the same kids. They're all licensed in the same areas. They all get the same training. And quite frankly, on any other given year, they'd be responsible for the same material. And so in this model, the students who are at home, in this example, the gold team, and there's 40 of them, they will be working with teacher number 4 on the remote days. Now, let me explain how this would work, because some of you might be thinking 40 kids and one teacher. That's a huge number. In a typical traditional classroom, sure. This is different though. And by that I mean these children have to get up that are on the remote day. They have to log in. They've got to be in homeroom. This is going to be very, very structured. Families at home, I know you are either going to love this or not love this. But I need to underscore this. It is going to be very different from the spring. The children will get up and they will log in. They will be in homeroom. They will have morning meeting, and they will start their day working with whoever this fourth teacher is on that team, whoever decides to do that remote work. And there is a variety of things that will happen during that school day, from new material being taught in science, social studies, projects, kids are collaborating and working together through their technology, collaborating, working together with their teacher. All 40 of them may not be on at the same time after their morning meeting. The teacher might actually do a quick check-in, a 15, 20-minute check-in with one group of 20 to get them off and running with their science work, and then meet with the other 20 for a 15, 20-minute overview and get them off and running with their social studies work, and then go back and check in later, but maybe pull all the kids together at the end of the day for a read aloud. There could be some opportunities for the teacher to pre-record some instruction, have all of the students watch it first thing in the morning, like a flipped classroom, and then schedule small tutorials or check-ins with the students throughout the day. What I can tell you is this: there will be significant accountability on how this remote piece of the hybrid learning works. And there will be significant accountability on how the full remote model works. And I know what people are going to, those that will not be in favor of this think about screen time. What I want to say to you is this doesn't necessarily mean that a child will be on his or her Chromebook for 6 hours a day. What it means, though, is that Chromebook needs to be out. It needs to be open, because at any time, the teacher could schedule a check-in, want to see your child's work, see what they're doing, be available for questions. And so there will be a very set schedule, but there'll be that opportunity.
And it's only either 3 days a week or 2, so it's not 5 days a week.
No, not in this
2
model.
or 3.
Yep, exactly. Because the other days, they're in person.
Correct.
So the second chart underneath, you can see just what it would look like. It's the same idea, but what does it look like when the roles are kind of flipped? So you can just see it's the same concept, but this week, Gold's got the 3 days and the purple group is working for the 2 days with the remote teacher.
Can I ask a
Oh,
question?
please.
So if I were a parent and I were home and my kids were home in the hybrid portion of, the remote portion of the hybrid, right?
Yep.
Would I expect them to be working as like a regular school day from 8:30 to?
Yes.
So that they would be
Yes.
working. May not be screen time the whole day, but they would be consistently working with opportunities to see the teacher throughout that entire time.
Planned opportunities that are planned in advance, but also check-in. So if the student, the student needs to raise his or her hand, there's a mechanism for.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. And so what we wanted to be really cautious of with this model was, at the elementary level, we didn't want to have, and it's going to be different than the secondary level, which we'll talk about in a minute, but we didn't want to have the teacher that has the students in front of him or her working with the students who are home doing the remote work. We actually wanted to parse that out, because 4th, 5th grade, you're still doing some fundamentals on reading, on writing, particularly on mathematics. So we wanted to make sure that those teachers can remain totally focused on those kids in front of them. And so we also heard from our families in the spring that there just wasn't enough science and social studies work in the remote structure. There just wasn't. The kids are doing a lot of worksheets, a lot of, kind of IXL and those types of practice activities, but not enough real instruction for science and social studies. So we wanted to make sure that we were able to really strengthen that part of our programming. So that was a little bit about the kind of why behind the model.
Are you pointing to me, Jane? Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. It's kind of weird. Are the subjects like set in stone here?
No, and let me kind of explain some of
I love
that.
math there, where it, math
Yeah.
needs to stay where it is, but I'm not quite sure I'm convinced on science.
Sure. And so some of the thinking behind this, just so you know, was you could take any of these three subjects, right? You could spread them out. You could have the kids rotate, you could have them move from group to. We're trying to limit that. So our sense was, the literacy piece just goes together, right? The reading and writing, our new Wonders program, the empowering writers, that's being mapped to go right side by side with that. It made sense for those pieces to work together. And then, Tammy, exactly to your point, mathematics is a huge part of that. We know that, unfortunately, we can't get all the subjects in the day. We don't have the time. Just because of all the breaks and the hand washing breaks and all those other things, we're just not going to have the time. So we thought if we were to allocate that to the remote, and the remote teacher can focus solely on the social sciences along with some additional tutoring work and the other areas, that would be helpful. But that being said, Tammy, this is just a draft.
And I know that there are some families that have concern maybe that science is really a hands-on thing and you have to, but when the students are in person or the week before, or because this is planned learning, so teachers can send home kits, because you can't share that material, you can't all dissect the cat in the classroom under these safety conditions, but you can virtually dissect it at home, anywhere. You can make your bubbles. You can, what did they do for us? Root beer floats. You can certainly do those kinds of activities in your home. So I think there's opportunity if the learning is planned in advance.
And so as we had mentioned a few other times, the idea here is 5 seamless days of instruction. It just happens that 2 of them this week, you're doing it from home. But we don't want this starts and stops throughout the fall. Aaron, did you have a question?
So teacher number 4 is going to have 8 students, essentially, right? So in the best case scenario, we get to go to a full return on December 1st. I don't know. That teacher, then things would change, right? That wouldn't be their assignment for this.
No. But the idea, and I'm glad you mentioned that.
Hybrid mode,
Yep.
every student's going to have the same curriculum, learning from the same teacher, so that's actually a positive for those 2 subjects.
Yeah, and the idea here was to try to, keep all of those teachers working very closely together, so that if we're able to shift back, there's a very smooth transition back to that.
It's very good to see a visual of this. I know that people at home are already asking for what the day was, or how it was going to look for online art, and I think it's good to put the visual up there.
And let's remember that this is, in this sample here, is 4th and 5th graders. Those kindergartners, 1st graders, 2nd graders, 3rd graders are going to school every day. Our plan, our hybrid plan in this model has them in school so there's no remote for kindergartners unless you choose full remote, in which case you'd have a full remote teacher planning your activities. But if you choose this model, meaning you're to have your child in school, partially or full, in 4th and 5th grade, this is 2 days a week, or 3 days a week, 2 days a week. The next week, 2 days, 3 days.
So will the enrichment, like the specials, be spread out throughout the week, or are they all going to be in person? Because I'm thinking 6 hours of science and social studies.
That's a great question.
Or
They're
even
gonna be
the other
spread
way
out.
around.
Yeah.
If you see reading, writing, and math, those are heavy content. That's
And
like,
yeah.
I need a break.
Yep.
Yeah,
Spread out.
they'll be spread out across.
I have a question. Kids on IEPs, you said they're a separate cohort,
So
which would be separate. I know, we haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, that's okay.
I was just thinking, if they are doing, like, is their science and social studies always remote? Are you integrate, like, how would that?
it Well, Jill,
It would all,
Yep, it
It
all
depends.
depends. So we're gonna be working, once the model is decided on, we'll be working very closely with our principals to develop cohorts within our classroom. Oh, sorry.
or just louder necessarily, maybe.
yell through the masks.
That quiet,
Scream.
peaceful voice of yours.
That's what it is. So, once the model's decided on,
Yep.
we'll be working with the principals to develop cohorts of students. Because there are students who are in special ed who are in the classroom, and there are students who have that
Yeah.
combination. And there are students who are out. So we're gonna try to group students. So if we know we have a little cohort that are normally in for certain things, but come out as a cohort for math, so we can kind of keep that grouping
Okay.
together as possible. Yep, and we have some students who, are in our substantially separate programs that would be in
Right.
every day anyway, all throughout the school day. Yeah.
Wendy, you got something? Yep.
I just have one question, just because we're on elementary, and I had
Yeah.
a couple questions, so before we move on.
No, go
to the
ahead,
next-
go
okay. If people chose full remote, because we're not here to persuade, but we're here to make a
Yep, just
decision.
inform. Yep.
If they choose a full remote model, will that, let's say they were second graders.
So you can't talk to us, Wendy, you have to talk to your microphone.
Okay, so,
Sorry.
hi, everyone. If they're in second grade and they choose, or first grade, and they choose a full remote model, a parent would choose a full remote model. Would their day be again, I'm gonna ask this just so that other people can hear it, but would it be 8:30 to 2:30, 8:30 to 3? That would be a full day for that?
Yes.
Okay. My second question is, would they have the same, like if Blackstone and Millville chose second grade and they chose to opt out, would they have the same teacher?
If you have a second grader from Millville and a second grader from Blackstone who opted out of their in-person and didn't.
And they wanted full remote.
Could
and
they have the same teacher?
Do they have the same, like, is it one cohort of second grade fully remote, one cohort of third grade fully remote?
So that's where the numbers really matter. So when we look at, I'm gonna just, if it's okay, I'm gonna kind of fly backwards for a second.
Because I saw
So
there
if
were
you look
two.
at like second grade, there's 24
Right.
students. And if we look at here, there's 4, so that's about what, 28, right? 4 full remote and then 24 full
Right.
remote.
Right,
So if that's, and there's 6, there's 19 missing, right, at a second grade. But let's say those were the numbers.
right,
We would probably group them together, yes.
okay.
But if all those 19 did remote and you had 40,
We'd
probably
probably
not.
need 2.
You'd need two.
Yep.
Yes,
Right.
But those 4 from Millville would still go in with someone.
with
Yes, they
somebody
would.
there.
Yep,
Yep.
they'd have
a
to.
teacher for 4
Correct.
years.
Well, we don't, yeah, that
They'd
wouldn't
have
have
to.
to, but that's my
Yeah.
question. I think, there's a lot of people out there that are thinking remote, but how do I do it? And I think, they want to know if it's grouped together. They want to know if it's if it's one teacher that's doing completely remote. I don't know how many teachers are opting out of the, regular
Yep,
plan. I
I
have
do
to
have
talk
those
this way,
numbers, too.
sorry.
That's okay.
But I think it's important to share with them, even though, we're talking about hybrid. I think we also need to talk about the remote, just for what it looks like. I think it's important. So if the hope is that the full remote teacher is teaching whoever the second grades or the third grades are, that was my question.
And that wouldn't require us to exercise any clause in the.
No, because they selected remote, they would have a remote teacher,
Yep.
because they are being educated in their town, they're being educated in their home.
Right. And they're still opting for public education, so it's
Correct.
not like it's
Not like a homeschool
Correct.
choice or,
Correct. I only have one more question.
yes, go.
Okay,
I-
so when we originally talked 212, I'm just wondering where the curriculum work is for the teachers? Sorry.
Can you just elaborate
Um,
where the curriculum
well,
work is?
Plant
I-
PLC
well,
and
there's a lot
those kinds of things?
There's a lot of digital technology now that needs to be used in the hybrid model or remote, and I'm just wondering when they're going to get professional
like the training.
development.
You mean the training or the PD?
So they're getting it in the beginning of the year.
Yeah, so a couple things on that. We have 10 days of professional development before the school year starts. We've never had that. And we are right now kind of building these buckets of PD opportunities for our staff. One is on technology and instructional technology specifically. One is around literacy and leveraging our new literacy program that we're launching this year. We have another one on SEL. And so we have quite a few different opportunities. We also have to do training on PPE and all the safety and health protocols. So you can bet that the 10 days of professional development will be used very thoroughly. And at the tail end of that, we'll start to integrate families in and doing little mini orientations, and so parents and teachers can come into the parents and students rather can come into the classrooms and see what's going on.
I want to go back for a minute on Wendy's point about, addressing the full remote as well. We are talking about the education of the students in our district for a day that is a typical day of education. So if you are a family and you have chosen to select full remote, you're nervous or you have conditions in your family or your children can't wear masks, whatever the reason behind choosing full remote, the expectation is that it is still 5 days a week, whatever the school day is, 9 to 3, 8 to 2, 2 to 3. It's not our teachers will accommodate a parent work schedule. I know that that's really frustrating to some people. They're thinking, well, we'll just do the work when we get home from school. You can go to a, daycare, whatever. That's not the intention. If your child is in kindergarten or first grade or second grade or, what are we doing? K to 3. Great. Third grade. And you chose remote, you will have a designated teacher, not the one who's teaching the students who chose hybrid, but a designated teacher, relatively small group, maybe not as small as in person, but relatively small group. And they will be teaching your child in whatever mode, synchronous, asynchronous, from 9 to 3. And with a lunch break, with a stand up and stretch. You call it change of state. Stand up, run around your desk, run around your house, whatever. With some specials thrown in, but probably from that teacher. But the expectation is a school day is a school day is a school day. We are asking our teachers to come and teach as they would in the environment we've always had. So as they would from 9 to 3 or 8 to 2. So it's not, we'll get, you give me a packet and I can do it whenever. That model is done.
Right. And there's also attendance policies now in place.
Correct.
So they have to take attendance. We have to meet the 850 hours per the state. Like there's certain things that need to happen. So it's almost like we need people to forget the spring.
Yep.
Because it's very difficult to put a new mindset onto something that we've already seen, but it's a completely different ballgame. And I think it's really important for people to understand that.
For sure.
Can I ask one more thing?
Yep, you can.
Sorry, I'm all the way in the corner. It's like,
Well, you and Jack,
I'm like,
but you selected the corner. So we didn't put you in.
In terms of the cohorts, if parents are working, so they're arranging with neighbors for kids to do the work under another supervision, I know you had mentioned alphabetical. If they are not alphabetically linked, is there a manner to get them linked so that those
Is there
arrangements can be
flexibility?
made? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Because they're or kids that have been hanging out all summer who are now a pod, essentially on their own, quarantining together, and their parents are going to all help each other out. That could get really crazy to do that, though.
Yeah, we have to
I can
think
see
through
both
that,
sides, but if you have kids who need somewhere to work and they're not opting for the Boys and Girls Club or the tutoring,
Yep.
is there a process where parents could request that?
I see that. So let me say a couple things. I see the validity in that, but I also think we have
That's
to be
great.
really cautious and
Yeah.
careful about that, because that could also lead to a lot of other issues, unintended, but
Yes.
we'd have to think about how to do that if we were able to.
Well, you could, if they're teaching very similar, then there'll be pros on the second group that
Yeah,
come to the pod.
Be able to help out
Well,
when they
it's
get
just,
in.
I'm thinking more of if so-and-so, I'm not doing it, but say it's me and I'm going to watch somebody's child, they would have to have their child home on the same day as my child is home. Because I'm not going to take a child in on a day my child is at school.
Yeah, it's an interesting challenge to think through. We'll have to put some thought
Lot
into
of-
it.
And parents who work are definitely trying to scramble and find ways for their kids, especially since there's no flexibility for them to do the work when the parents come home from work.
Right.
We'll have to give it some
The flip
thought.
side of that though, Karen, I know that in Cumberland, some parents who have multiple kids are trying to put them on separate
Yes.
days so they can work with Johnny on one day.
Absolutely.
And Sammy on the next day.
The charter
especially when
school.
There's different grades so that they're
The charter school has that too, that parents
maintaining sanity.
want that as well. Can't
Yeah,
please
I
everyone.
think we get into that place of trying to make everything work can lead to nothing working.
Correct.
You know, but I think we need to think about that.
Aaron?
But I haven't heard of any other town offering the Boys and Girls Club or other spaces in the buildings like we are. So even if we're not able to move towards the award grouping or the small grouping, at least we are giving options of
Another place.
of where to go to when you can't be there with your child during the school hours.
But we can give
Okay.
that some thought, Karen, for sure.
Anyone else before we go on to middle school? Oh, yeah,
Just ask one.
go.
Just so that people understand, the deep cleaning, when is the deep cleaning? When do they do that before the second group transitions?
So-
When is that? So
In the packets that everybody has this evening, and I believe they're in there, the cleaning protocols
Yep, they're in there.
are in their packets, and those are going to be done daily. So, you know, we're going to be doing that level of work on a daily basis. We're looking now at hiring some part-time custodial staff to help during the day.
great.
And so we'll be looking at adding that to his or her, you know, list of tasks, so to
I-
speak.
But the
that's-
micro encapsulated stuff that goes around the desk or whatever, the misty, whatever, is a nighttime, every nighttime.
It's every night. Okay. I'm glad there's some room in there to add a couple additional support.
Yeah, we're
Thank
going to
you.
definitely need to do that. Oh, and I just shut off our presentation, so I'm done, I guess. There it is, it's back.
Those of you watching at home.
Sorry, everybody. So, middle school. So this is one sample of what a middle school calendar or schedule could look like. By no means is it to the depth of degree that Ms. Kurt will bring it to with her masterful way of scheduling and getting into all the details and weeds of everything. I can't tell if she's smiling because she has a mask on, but we wanted to show
Just
again.
fell over on her chair. With the bother you.
We wanted to show again just a snapshot of, you know, how could that work? What would that, you know, what could this look like at the middle school level? So here we laid out the same scenario, about 100 students on a team. You got 4 teachers on a team, math, English, math, science, social studies. 20 students opt for the full remote, right? So we take those students right out of the hybrid option. 80 are left into the hybrid. And you divide the group into 2 groups of 20, right? Because we've got the split between the remote and the in-person. And so here's just a very basic middle school schedule in terms of how that could work. So you've got period 1. If you look in that top left-hand corner, you'll see right under teacher 1, it says period 1. Then if you look over to the right and you look at the top left-hand corner of the chart on the right, you'll see it says teacher 1, math, period 2. Then the bottom, teacher 1, math, period 3, and then teacher 1, math, period 4. So there's your 4 content classes. Similarly, like with the elementary level, although there is a difference here, you can see in this model, your teacher, your content teacher actually would teach 3 groups of children in front of him or her, and then one of their 4 teaching periods is with their remote group. So if you look at period 1, you can see teacher 1, 2, 3, 4 across the top with their subject area. Then you can see how the students are grouped underneath. So at first period, you have your group A is in math, group B is in English, group C is in social studies, and group D, who is the remote group that day, those 40 kids are in science. Similar to how, Sarah, to your question about like, you know, how does that work and the kind of groupings and such. And so, you know, if again, using rounded numbers, because only in schools do we do things at like, you know, 143, right? But using rounded numbers, say you've got about an hour per class, 60 minutes, you can see how the middle school schedule for kids on those remote days is incredibly structured. Because, you know, from 8 to 8:30, you're in homeroom, you're doing your morning meeting, you're taking attendance, getting ready for the day, and then first period begins. And you're in first period with your science teacher. Your science teacher's teaching remotely. Then your remote students go from science to math. And you can see the rotation kind of move, right? And then your group A goes to English, your group B goes to social studies, your group C goes to science, and so on and so forth. So here's another example of how the remote portion in a hybrid schedule could look, and keeping the in-person classes, again, we set up to 16, 17 kids. These are at about 13, 14. So, and please know, and I know that many folks do, but like scheduling isn't this simple, you know, it's really not, but we're trying to put together just kind of a snapshot so we can kind of wrap our arms around what might that look like. We know at the middle school, sometimes we've had split teams, or we've had teams with 5 teachers and only 1 team. We've had, you know, 6th grade has 2 teams of 3, right? So there's all these kind of nuances that we have to look at. But this gives just kind of a quick snapshot of what could a rotating period look like. And it doesn't include specials or rotations, as we call them here. It does not include the lunch block, right? It doesn't have the specific schedule, but it gives a sense of how does that work when you're on a remote day. So again, to our families and students who are listening, if you're opting for the remote schedule, the hybrid schedule rather, pardon me, please know that your day, you're gonna follow your schedule. You're gonna go to your classes just like you would if you were here. It's gonna, you know, Wendy, to kind of your question earlier, you're gonna be in school from, you know, whatever it is, 8:30 to 2:10 or whatever that
And
time
attendance is not just in the morning in homeroom, it's at every class.
Mhm.
Like, screen is on, teacher can see you. Hello, welcome.
And
Yes, I
again,
do.
it's not something that's just Blackstone. It's something that's top down. So it's not something we're trying to make up, but every school has to follow the same protocols.
As shared with a lot of families who have had questions specifically about the middle school, I shared, you know, that the schedule Ms. Kurt put in place at the middle school initially, at the very beginning of this, that was very structured, and actually I think he even had bells somehow, Tanya, ringing in through the computers. But that is going to feel very much like this. It's going to have that same structure to it.
Tammy?
So in this model, every teacher is gonna have that group of 40 remotely.
At some point during their day, yeah.
Okay, but unlike elementary, they don't really have the ability to kind of split the 40. So they're gonna teach 40 at one time. Is that
But
is
it
that
may
true?
be, so let's say, I mean, it may be, you know, the day before you had that ELA teacher, so it was Monday, and you had that, I'm going to use math, it's easier for me to say. You had that math teacher in person, and then she's going to say, you know, remember, tomorrow we're going to be remote, you're going to go into your math class at 9 o'clock in the morning, and you need to be able to do, I mean, if the work is planned, if the lessons are planned, if the curriculum is followed, if there's enough to do remotely, that 40 people, I mean, it seems like 40 people is a lot of people on a remote class, but it's doable. I mean, think of all the webinars y'all have been doing. There's probably 100 people on them, and you're still, you know, learning great things and doing great things. And, you know, there's more if it's the remote hour, there's probably more asynchronous stuff that you plan for that lesson.
But there still needs to be opportunity for kids to see teachers.
Absolutely.
So in the 40, if you want to say, you know, the first part is synchronous and the second part is asynchronous, which means talking with the teacher and not talking with the teacher, then it flips.
And it flips.
Yep.
I feel more comfortable with that
Yep.
than saying, okay, tomorrow you're going to be working on
Right.
whatever without opportunity to see that teacher.
Correct.
Because 40 kids, whether you're elementary, middle school, they need to see a face.
Yep.
So if it's a flip-flop, I do think the 40, and I agree with Tammy, that it just needs to be, you know, just really looked at and broken down in a way that kids can have both the
Time.
synchronous and asynchronous time with their teacher.
And I would also ask everybody to remember the middle school structures are different. You've got typically 80 to 100 kids on a team. So they're still teaching those 80 to 100 students, but because of the hybrid concept, we have to group them differently. So you're going to have half kind of at once, and then the other half obviously spread out for social distancing reasons. But it's
and-
still the same team of kids you'd always have. That
And when
makes
we were
sense.
talking this through, what this model allows us to do and allows the teachers to do is not have to be in person and online at the exact same time. So if I've got my in-person class, I'm teaching my in-person class. If I've got my online class, I'm teaching, and I don't have to have a camera, you know, at me or look at a screen and look at Jill at the same time. It lets us split that.
And we know when the schools get into their, masterful work of actually laying this all out, that they will be able to put it all out on a day-to-day schedule, with the bell times, get the groupings just right, and be able to really, make a model similar to this or something like this work and have it make more sense.
And we had talked about a training of this, not only for the students, but the parents as well. The training on the tech, we're using Google Meets or we're using Zoom, and here's how it works. And I mean, the technology will really have to be, the hotline to the tech guys, but the tech guys will be working their regular hours.
Yep.
So they'll be available. It's not like you had to find somebody. They'll be working in the school, in their hours, accessible.
Are the teachers rotating or are the kids rotating in this?
Teachers
model?
are moving.
Thank you.
I have one more on that.
Yep.
So to Tammy's point with the 40 and that remote, I mean, if 10 kids have questions, there has to be time that I think the interaction
Or the support.
or some kind of
given to
support
that
too. So I don't
40.
know, are we just doing that one teacher or is this where we're going to have some of those aides available as well? Is that
Yeah, so, I'm thinking about Jill, having our students with our special needs teachers assigned, it clearly will be assigned to the teams. Paras will be assigned to the teams.
Okay.
So that's when I say kind of the school's doing their level of the work, because my sense, that's a great question, Tara, is that they'll probably start grouping those kids and partnering with the specific content teachers, and they'll probably have those kids go to the content teacher and then go work with the other teacher, through a Google Hangout or something like that. I mean, that's my sense, but does that sound about right, Jill?
Yeah, because within that, the remote part of that day, think about in a classroom, if you have a classroom, when teachers are doing all those groupings, they're splitting kids up now anyway. They're talking, they're working together, teachers going around check-in, you can still do that.
Yep.
It's not for, half of those kids to just sit and do independent work. It could be a full overview. Then we're gonna break into groups. The teacher might work with one group and then come back to the other group. And then again, if we have students in special, who need some support within those class through IEPs, there'd be another support to be able to break those students up even more.
Great.
Anything else in the middle school piece?
What are we thinking for, times for these periods? Are we,
Ms. Grant, what's the schedule now? Is it about an hour?
48 minutes.
I'm sorry, 40?
48.
What we had last year was 48 minutes.
Are you asking if we're making them longer for this?
Yeah, probably a little.
Yeah.
Explain to me how the kids are working. And how.
The kids will go into their classroom, and they're stationary there. They'll have breaks and movement breaks and those kinds of things, but the teachers will move.
For the whole day.
Mhm.
So how does that work with band?
Well, there obviously will be opportunities where kids will have to come out for different classes. Like if they go and walk down to the cafeteria or.
So they, well, I was just, so, or with another gem, or with another, are they're, who, the kids that are in their math class are in,
So, Aaron,
You
I
like that?
know you're sitting sideways, but I'm getting a message that you really need to talk into the mic. So you can pick it up if
that's
you
why I
want.
moved it.
No, keep
That's
going.
that was my question.
Yeah, I think what we know about a typical middle school schedule is probably going to change. So are the kids, I want to make sure, because I want to get to the root of your question, which I think is, for most of the day, are the kids staying together in one kind of cohort? Is that,
They're with the same kids in the same classroom?
I would say yes, and because there will be, unique opportunities where kids will need to come out for something. Either it's a pullout, that Jill's going to have one of her special ed teachers doing, or it's something like a sectional for band, which we know that has to look completely different than it has before with certain instruments. It may need to happen outside.
Right.
So yeah, no, there are still opportunities for that.
Okay.
The thing that we have to minimize is the contact that students have with other students. So when we say there's a group of 13, it needs to stay, because if there's a group of 13, but then they go into another room that the other group of 13 was in, and then they go to another class that a different group of 14 is in, then you've mixed the whole school. I mean, you've got to minimize.
But I don't see how that's not going to happen in middle school and high school.
I
It
guess.
may,
That is, that.
It
The
may.
guidance is to limit
It's-
it, right? I mean, so you're right. It's not possible for us to run.
They don't all take the same classes.
you're right.
In these secondary.
Well, that's why you'll see high school says, needs work.
Yeah. But at the middle school, you'll see less of the transitioning than you would see at the high school. You'll see more cohorting because of the teaming model. Sometimes you'll see, and Ms. Kirk can probably speak to this better than I, but I know when I was a middle school principal, we would intentionally shuffle up the groups on the team, like depending on the subject area based on, student strengths and personalities and all of that and time of day. And so you can reshuffle your kind of the deck of those 100 students 4 or 5 times over the course of a day. And then never mind the enrichments, right? And who's going to which enrichment, whether it's Spanish or band or chorus or whatever. I think what we're saying here is the students are going to be in this cohort for as much of the day as they can, but there will be times when there needs to be some reshuffling, like band or a special education pullout or an ELL pullout, along those lines. Does that make sense? So there'll still be some movement, but we have to limit it.
Well, and we're really going to have to be creative in our thinking anyway. Some of the things that we can do, let's say that there can become sports opportunity for the, tennis team, but the purple people are, oh God, that sounds terrible, are only there on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and the gold people are Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and we don't want gold and purple to necessarily act, but if they're on the same soccer team, those people only get practice on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? Those people only get practice on Thursday, Friday?
Well,
there's going to have to be some
They're
guidance.
on buses together too.
There's going to have to be some guidance.
Yeah.
But again, we go back to the recommendation that's been given to everybody, and it's small. I hate to use the word
separate.
pods, but that's what they are.
Yeah,
Small pods,
yeah.
whether you're talking elementary, whether you're talking middle school,
Yep.
high school. I mean, good luck, because it's very difficult. Hybrid's not,
Cluster,
it's
keep
just
them
very
together.
difficult.
Yeah. It's tricky though, Erin, you're right.
Which is why right now there's no sports yet, or there's no, your kids may be playing Little League, but what is it, Tammy?
AA.
Thank you. Has not come up with a fall sports.
Yeah, they won't till
because-
they're gonna release it next week.
Yeah, well,
Are they going to
No.
release something? Because
That's
they
what
just
we were
posted
told.
something
Yeah,
about.
again.
so Rhode Island just pushed theirs back again.
Yeah.
So, because if we've separated groups,
Right.
you can't bring them all back together again.
But they are together doing other things. So I just think it's important to recognize that.
Well, I'll tell you, there is some conversation happening. Quite a few systems have selected and opted for full remote, yet they're still pushing to have athletics.
Yeah.
And our commissioner has said how? It's not safe enough to bring them back into school in any capacity, but you want them all running around the fields, and I'm certainly not getting in the middle of that debate, but just know that there has been some discussion, and then thanks, Jane, MIAA weighing in saying, well, we haven't made a ruling officially yet on any of that. But so it's really quite interesting to see what's going on with the athletics issue. But I will say it would be very hard for me to sit here and recommend to the committee that we go full remote, but also allow athletics. Yeah,
agreed.
Those two things don't make sense to me. But are we okay to look at the high school?
Yeah.
All right, so here's the high school. So essentially, here's the deal, right? So there's multi-level courses, as we know, across the board. And the schedule is going to need to be designed the best we can. So the good news is BMR is small, so we do have kind of that working for us in terms of doing a lot of hand scheduling and kind of figuring this out. But the best we can keep teachers and students in cohorts, we have to try to do that. You've all probably heard of a freshman academy type model. I'm certainly not saying that we're going to have that exact thing, and I don't think Mr. Dudek would say that either, but it might be easier to cohort freshmen more so than maybe your upperclassmen who are on all these different levels. And types of courses, elective courses. There's certainly too many unique combinations to actually put even, to put a schedule up. But I think the bottom line is we really need to look at building teacher schedules so that there is a block of time in their day for them to check in with the students who are working remotely. And I am certain that Mr. Dudek and his team at the high school will find a way to minimize movement. I know that you all have been thinking about this all summer, Mike, but minimizing movement, cohorting students, and keeping the transitions down as much as possible, and looking at lots of different creative scheduling to allow just that for the in-person instruction. So the high school definitely, there's work to do on all three levels for sure, but the high school will probably be the most challenging for all the reasons that Erin and Jane and Wendy and everybody, Tammy have mentioned.
When will the parent, oh, I'm sorry, you had your hand raised, I did not.
Go ahead, Wendy.
When will the high school parents know when they could be receiving information about next year?
So on a timeline perspective, I'm hopeful that the committee will take action at some point this evening on the recommendations that I'll make formally at the end of this. Because what will then happen is we will finish all of our data collection, and then we'll start literally like hand scheduling and mapping out students at all the levels, building our remote cohorts, those kids that want full remote, building the hybrid cohorts, building the full in-person cohorts for the younger groups. And also to mention, running parallel to this is our staff data. Right now, we've got 170 faculty that have taken our survey. We've got a little over half. We've got just under 300 faculty. And so far, all but 36 teachers are saying they're all in. And the 36 are saying, we're really excited to get back to work, but we've got a medical situation we've got to figure out, and we want to work with remote students only. But if you look at the numbers, we certainly have quite a few numbers of students who are looking to do remote learning, right? So once we get all of the staff data in, we get the student data in, we'll start building those cohorts and making those matches. And we actually I'll be coming back to the committee with an update in a couple of weeks on exactly where we stand. And we'll have a better sense of when families, when they will get their schedules and know exactly what that structure will look like. We just have to collect all the data first.
Is there a, I just know as a parent, we're coming down to the wire and we're just wondering, like, what's my plan? I don't know if, if they're going, they're going, but I think parents need to plan for that. And I just think, if you could give them like a, the surveys coming in, the deadline, and, most likely no later than they'll have more of a comfort level than not having that,
Yeah.
But I think they're going to get some of that tonight when we talk about the schedule of school. If we as a committee choose that this is the way we're going to go, or an alternative way is the way that whatever we decide as a committee, a parent will then know what their options are. They may not know exactly what that looks like, but they'll know their options. And in this case, if they have a fourth grader through 12th grader, they'll know that that child is in 3 days and home on 2 days. They won't know if it's Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday. And every other Wednesday they're going to be in school, but they'll have a sense of what's coming. And if we continue on in our meeting, we have the school calendar, so they'll have a sense of when that's starting. And I think you put the pieces together slowly, unfortunately. And I have said this in meetings multiple times. This is a planner's nightmare and a procrastinator's dream. Because if you don't buy your school supplies till September 1st, you're in great shape.
and
But
I'm the planner.
if you want to buy them, July 1st, you're out of luck. You just go buy whatever But anyway, so it is difficult, and I acknowledge the difficulty. But we can't just invent something and say you're purple, you're yellow, blue, gold. What? I just got to keep looking at you.
Purple and gold.
I just got to
I did
keep
this on
looking at you.
Okay, just look at Jason.
Yeah.
It's intentional.
But we want the best plan out there, and so I think we have to acknowledge that people need time to develop it, and it is frustrating, but
I don't think that's I'm not saying that they don't need time. That's not my point.
No, I
My
know,
point
I
is
know.
that, like, today I could take my elementary, I know who's going when. I could
Yeah.
take my middle schooler, I know who's going when. It's a nightmare at the high school, but for the people out there that have the high schoolers, that's the question that they're just wondering. I didn't say there wasn't time
Yeah, no,
needed
no,
at
I
all.
know.
The good thing about the high school is, for the most part, you don't need to worry about childcare.
Yes.
You don't have that kind of stuff.
Unless
But if
they're
you're
babysitting for
counting
their.
on them to watch the others,
right.
which then gets a little tricky anyway,
Right.
because then you're trying to be a teacher to someone while you're trying to learn.
Right.
So, my question on the high school is the plan that the hybrid model will work the same way, the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 2 days on, 3 days off? Okay.
But when you're off, throughout the day, you'll have your subject
You're checking in with
and
each
you're
one of your
checking in
teachers.
with whatever teacher has the hybrid during that period.
I'll wait to see that mapped out.
Yeah, it's,
Because
yeah.
the problem is, a teacher teaches English 9,
Yes, they
English
do.
10, English
Yep.
11. You have one period to check in with everybody. That, you're gonna have to, my guess is,
We're gonna have to
you're gonna have to
remodel.
rein that in a little bit.
Yes, you are.
A little bit, because you can't,
But
the
keep,
teacher can't check in with 5 different preps in one period. And how valuable is that gonna be?
no, but keep in mind that the teacher is still only, and I'm not saying only, but is still working with the same number of students they would have been in any other given year.
Sure,
right?
but I think it's not so much the student in that case, but how many
Yep.
courses that teacher is trying to teach in that one period. So, I mean, good luck, Mike. I'm living the dream in Cumberland with 1,400 kids, so have fun. A lot of gray hair developing.
At least you
More
have.
block.
At least you got it.
Thanks.
So final recommendations. So here's where we are. So this evening, I'm going to be asking for the committee to approve the 2 models. And I'll be very clear exactly what that means. Outlined as we discuss them this evening. However, I would like to come back to the committee in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So we have a meeting in 3 weeks, so I don't know if we want to do it before then, but to share and approve any final details. So we can look at those specific schedules. We can talk about if we need to move any classrooms. So by that time, in that 2 to 3 week window, we'll have all the survey data in, we'll have a better sense of the scheduling, we'll have a better sense of class lists. I know the principals are sweating out there in the audience, but we have to, right? We got to make sure we're ready. We'll know who's doing remote. We'll have who's doing the in-person instruction. So we'll have that mapped out. And so I would like to be able to come back to the committee to share all of those final, kind of in the weeds details. So everybody has a really good sense of exactly where we are. But in order for us to even get there, I need the committee to approve the structure, which is specifically the K to 3 for in-person and the 4 through 12 for hybrid. If I don't have a model to work within, I can't plan that next level. And so I'll leave it at that.
So for those at home, this is like the skeleton, and over the next, and if to some committees, the planners on the committee, they're probably going to request 2 weeks.
I was looking at 2 weeks.
What?
I was looking at 2 weeks.
Yeah,
But I won't be here in 2 weeks.
But anyway, now we have to put the meat on the bones. We've got the bones, we got to put the meat on the bones, and excuse the terminology for the vegetarians, but, we need that base to build upon, and so we're asking for the base.
I just wanted to mention, Jane, so I know we talked about our K through 12, but just so everyone knows, we are working also on our pre-K with a very similar model to be able to offer those students in our integrated preschool to come in as their IEP. So if their IEP says 3 days or 5 days, but we're also working with the pre-K team, like I mentioned before, to also offer a remote model. So those families just aren't, if they're feeling comfortable. So we're doing both as well for our preschool.
Right, thank you.
What's the timeline on that, Jill? Because I know a lot of people are waiting for preschool.
So what we've done is we've already been reaching out, Christina, and our new secretary, Millwall, Kathy, we've been working on reaching out to those families, both our peer role models as well as special ed. We already have a list going. We're waiting to hear back from a few more. So once we get those numbers, we're able to sit down again with our preschool teachers to work out what the scenarios look like. So remember, in preschool, not all kids come every day. You know, it's very different. It could be 2 days, 3 days, mornings, afternoon. So once we get all those numbers in, like I said, we've already started reaching out to them via email, and we're making phone calls with surveys to be able to set that. So it'll be, I'm hoping, in the next couple of weeks, what we're doing there. It's smaller, but I'm hoping within the next couple of weeks. Once we get all the information, and we should be set to say. But again, parents are being contacted personally, so we can definitely get some information there. And I will let you know if for any reason we don't. I just had a Department of Ed meeting today for the possibility. Remember, our preschool is integrated, so there's supposed to be a specific ratio. If we're going to continue to reach out to families for peer role models, but if we can't, I know there is the opportunity for a waiver. Not just us, a lot of schools are facing that right now.
We don't have enough peer model.
Correct.
About how many students do we have typically in pre-K?
She has the list.
Yeah, we've been going through that
You
the
want to come
last
to the
2
mic,
days.
You
Christina?
gotta scream or you gotta come to the mic, either way.
Just stand at the X there.
Yeah, stand on my little dot.
So we have 29 that have responded that they're going to come in person, 11 that are they're opting for remote. We're still waiting for 22 responses, and Kathy Stearman our admin assistant has been contacting the families. She sent emails out this week and started calling again today for those families that we haven't heard from.
And also
So we have a
some
total of
those-
62.
Some of those in person, just so you know, are role models.
Oh, great.
Oh, good.
Good.
So, yeah, this year we had 70, so we have 62 for this upcoming year, so.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christina.
Okay, and so anyone who's looking at home, and I don't know if this is what's showing at home, but the final recommendations, grade 4 to 12 will operate on a hybrid model of week 1, 3-2, week 2, 2-3.
I have a comment or question.
Yes.
Is there any flexibility or room to consider a hybrid for K through 3? For anyone who isn't comfortable sending their kid for 5-day? Do we think, even if it's like one class, I don't know, has that already been considered?
I was thinking, is that why 43 people haven't responded?
Right,
Because they're on the fence if they want full return.
I don't know that it's such a safety thing. I just don't know that they think that their kid
Can do
can
it.
do it.
So, did you receive comments like that on the
Well, 43 people haven't
feedback?
responded.
on the survey?
Yeah, those could be the ones who just haven't
Because there was a spot for people to.
make those comments.
I was just wondering if people said, "I'm choosing this because I don't think my child can," or is there a hybrid? Did anyone ask for a hybrid for K-3?
I've heard
In the
from,
comments?
I'm just scanning through the hundreds of parent emails. And I do recall, I think 2. Yeah,
Okay.
2. But that doesn't mean that there isn't more, but I just had heard from, I think, 2.
But also, I think, and I think we touched base upon this today, is how long is a parent in this, if they choose hybrid, how long do we look at it before we make changes, or they may decide they don't want this, or?
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're asking families to make a commitment for a month. So give us 4 weeks in whatever model you pick at the elementary level. So the K to, or pre-K, I guess for that matter, Jill, to 5. At the secondary level, 6 through 12, we're asking them to commit for a quarter, a full quarter, which
And I
is
think
10
that might
weeks.
help with your questions too, because if they have to commit for, I think that's a reasonable ask, to allow it to work, or, just to.
And I think kind of having a combination plan really would put another wrench in that model, because who's the remote teacher on the days they choose? I mean, we work, or the committee, not me, but worked really hard to try to design something that really designated, a teacher with a group, a teacher with a group, a teacher with a group, and then if you add another group.
Right, and I understand if the other
Yeah.
group could just throw this totally off, so that's
Yeah.
why I'm kind of asking, is it something to consider, was it already considered, so.
My quiet's just thinking. I'm just kind of running through numbers and like groupings and things. Yeah.
Right.
So Jane, I'll make the motion to approve the final recommendation as
Okay, we're not
written.
going to do that just yet, Aaron, but thank you. We're going to kind of let this ruminate, and we're going to have public forum. And then when we come back to the point at which this is, then we'll talk about motions and accepting or not accepting, because public forum is not an opportunity for people to ask questions. Public forum is an opportunity for people to give us comments, concerns, or talk about anything. It doesn't even have to be this. They could talk about, policies, or they could talk about the weather, hopefully not. But my intent in moving the program up was so that people could see what they might want to comment on, but to give them an opportunity to comment. So I'm going to ask if there's anybody in the audience that wants to, I'm going to open up public forum, and then we'll go back. So, and if anybody's watching at home, if you want to type in comments that you'd like to have shared publicly, you can do so. Tim will share them, and then we'll share them live. So we're going to just give a few minutes. And in the meantime, those of us that are here, this is a great time for a change of state. And if we all want to just stand up and move our legs and stretch, I'm going to do that while we're waiting a few minutes. Now, come on. I would say you can take a mask break, but make sure you're 6 feet away. Yeah, 6 feet. Pardon?
Can I open this door? Or is this
I don't
okay?
know. You can try. Till the alarm goes off.
When the fire alarm goes off, it's all me. I apologize.
I just watched all the fire trucks last night. This would be fun.
Probably can't get back in that way. though.
Yeah, what was a fire on the bike path or a car?
No,
Or?
a wire fell from the power line onto a car in their driveway, and the car caught on fire.
Oh.
And I don't know all the details, but it sounds like some of the area around the car as well.
But what made the wire fall?
That's what I'm not quite sure of.
Was it a wire or was it a,
The transformer thing. I heard both, so I don't know exactly, but it sounded like even if the transformer, the wire apparently landed on the car.
I drove
I
by.
didn't go here. You go there.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, and I'm 2 houses up. We didn't lose, even when they cut the power to the house, I kept power.
I just can't believe it went from there, it was.
So I don't think I feel like it was something different. I think they were just coincidence that they're at the same time. I don't know. It seemed odd that they'd be
Good
the
job,
same.
lady.
Because that thing still had power.
No.
Like that thing, it took over an hour for National
We did
Grid
not,
to
but
come and
we
cut the
can
power
ask
to
Jan.
that. I don't know that that affected Blackstone.
The elementary.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Different cohorts, different grades, different questions, but it's all been, hopefully been.
Going back to
Great. All right, well, I am not seeing any comments. And it's just a lot of questions that are coming through. And again, we'll have additional Facebook Lives and we'll have additional questioning opportunities, but this is not now. So we will continue with our meeting. And did you want to finish this up?
Yeah. I just
So-
quickly.
Yep, go ahead.
Next steps. And actually, just again, other things to keep in mind: watching the spread of the virus, keeping a flexible mindset, and then key next steps: collecting that final data, complete the build out of both models, finalize all of our preparedness activities, the actual operational side of it, all the staffing assignments, the nurse, the work to do in that area. All the work that we need to do to support the contract for our additional clinical staff, screening our numerous long-term subs. You just have to figure out what numbers are, going to be needed if we don't need all of them for the partner teachers, transportation routes, class lists and assignments, all the professional development and training plans, and all of these small group staff, student and family school and teacher orientations for September. So again, for those of you that are kind of into the plans and into the weeds, this is kind of where we need to go next, which is why there's a lot of urgency around getting the plans in place so we can start that level of that detailed planning.
Okay, Aaron?
Did you tell us last week, or do you know the amount of money from the CARES Act that we have put aside to hire the additional support staff?
Yes, so we are getting our grant for $382,000. If we were to hire 15 long-term subs, because remember, 10 long-term subs the towns are paying for from their CARES
But
Act
it's
money.
25. It's 15
It is
from
25.
us, 10 from. Okay.
Exactly. 15 at the 110 a day at the 90 days is 165,000. Based on the preliminary numbers we got, I don't think we're going to need the full 15, to be frank. We'll need some. We'll need a base of long-term subs that we can station in each building because you can't have roving substitutes anymore, right? So it's like a whole other challenge, but I don't think we'll need them to that tune. So if we wanted to look at things like if we needed an additional, some additional instructional support, additional teacher, maybe an additional nurse or something else, I think we're going to have a little bit of wiggle room in there to do that. Just so the committee's aware.
Thank you.
I just think we need, I'm going to go back to the nurse question because I'm still concerned about one nurse in certain buildings. And I still think if we have additional monies, I think there should be an additional with support or something for that, for that one nurse. I definitely think we need to use some of that money for just the amount of kids that are coming down. I know I said it last week, but I'm going to say it again because I'm very concerned about one nurse.
So I think we'll have, Wendy, we'll have the latitude to do that. I don't know that we can do 2 in every single building all the time, but we might be able to do.
More roving.
Yeah. That could be something.
Even if it's for a certain amount of time, or I'm just concerned about
On-call nurses? Rotating on-call?
No.
They can't really move.
Yeah, they can't move between
buildings.
buildings.
Well, they can, because they're
The theory would be they could get up and
N95
down.
scrubby-dubby,
Know
then
how
they
to-
can change and so forth and so on.
Because what happens if, like, you have a kindergartner who has a symptom
Right.
and has to go into isolation? You're not going to leave the poor little kindergartner by himself in a room, are you? I mean, just
Right.
thinking aloud. So then the nurse is
You know what
there.
we
So
could
then
look
what
at,
happens
too?
if somebody comes?
Is like an LPN.
Yes.
Right, if
That-
so-
I mean,
Okay.
that's what I originally
Yeah.
had thought. I feel like
Might be
there
able
needs
to
to
do
be
that.
2 bodies. If somebody's, has symptoms and then you
Yep.
have a student who is choking, what are you gonna do?
Right.
It's like you can't put that nurse in that position. And I feel very strongly, even if it's an LPN, I'm good with that. But there
Yeah.
needs to be something
A
for
support.
that
And,
nurse.
and you may be able to work with some of the colleges because they can't place
Yeah.
them in a lot of places,
Yep.
so you
could
might
look
be
at
able to.
Yeah,
Yep.
definitely.
All right. Any other questions about this before we go back to Erin for her recommendation or motion?
So I have more questions, but
Okay, go ahead.
do we need the motion on the floor to
I can
continue
second it, and then we
discussing,
discuss
or
it.
Yeah,
are we?
we're going to discuss after, so you can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'll make a motion to approve the final recommendations as requested.
I'll second.
Okay, now discussion. You have questions? I'll start with Erin.
I know this goes back several slides, but you mentioned at the beginning the current active cases.
Mhm.
How often will you or the community have access to the Board of Health for both towns' active numbers? Like once, so we know right now that we made it through the month of July with 1 in each town.
Here's another one.
Is there somewhere that we can
Today?
have the active cases available on our website, or
Where we could
more
post.
important, right? Because
where we
I'm
could
saying,
find the
like, once
data.
we're back in September 14th or 15th, and then October 1st comes around and we have 7, I mean, we're creating our own data. So where can parents or community members find that so their level of comfort is, because we always hear how many and where the state is at for a total since March, but what's happening in our neighborhoods today?
Is that on the Board of Health website?
Millville isn't updating there, so I just wondered if we could open a line of communication with
The state
both
does a
Board of
weekly
Health.
by community,
Yeah.
but
Does
I
Representative
was told
Soder still do
by a
this?
certain
Thought he
police
was putting it
officer
out
that
every
there
day.
was another one like yesterday in Millville, so now there's two. But that being said,
I just think
still do it
I would like to
every
have
day?
it easily
day?
accessible to.
I saw that.
that's statewide. It goes by town every
Can't you look
Wednesday.
at, but can't you find the town?
They don't update it. They update
Ah.
it weekly.
I can certainly ask, so both Sherry from Millville and Colleen from Blackstone are incredibly responsive.
Yeah.
So I can ask them if there's a way that,
Maybe you can just get a weekly email from them and we
How
could
about
have it
just-
on our landing page.
On
you
our
could have-
app, on
You
our
could have a
app.
conversation with them and say, when there is a new case, could you please notify?
so I did ask them, I asked them specifically about children. You know, if there's a child that is diagnosed, if they could let me know right away. And they both committed to that without any issue. So but I certainly could ask.
Or even just an easy link on ours site
On
or
our-
something
yeah.
to
Yeah.
look at by town, so that at least there's a go-to place. I know it's not easy because I keep looking for it, and
I'm just worried that then if our information that we're reporting from the Board of Health suddenly we become the keeper of that, I think that opens us
But that-
up for some other.
but that link is not our, it's
If
it's
it's
a
linking
direct
to the report Sarah says, great.
Right, that's
but
what I'm
not
thinking.
Something that we should.
Yeah.
go-
Have it linked.
we're not
I think a
That's a
link
good
would be
point.
better. I think a
Okay.
link would
I
be
just
better.
want to make it easy for
gotta have
parents to
it.
find. It's not easy right now.
It's
So,
not, it's not.
and my second question, and I have three, just so you know.
Okay,
Um,
write them down. No.
I personally am very happy to see a lot of options for students to be back at school. Extremely happy for the younger kids. If this is what we approve tonight, what is the plan for getting them all back?
So I'm glad you asked because as we had discussed, a little under 2 hours ago, we had talked about this idea of there needs to be this work happening in phases. So this is our initial phase, right? So this is the idea of starting to get the kids slowly back into our classroom. What we need to do is continue to monitor key metrics. And let me define what I mean by that. So right now, our state has not released a set of metrics to schools to use yet. I will tell you the governor and his medical professionals are working on that with the commissioner and the Department of Ed. So we will have a set of metrics to use. They're currently working on them. So I, very unofficially have been using that number of 5%. That seems to be what a lot of people are using, by people I mean officials, as using as kind of a, like a benchmark. For when a community or a state or anything through that is safe enough to open, or what needs to go to the next level of the phased reopening or not, right, or taking a step back. So from that perspective, we are going to be watching the first 4 to 6 weeks to see how this progresses. The goal is that in that next phase, whether it comes in 4 weeks, 6 weeks, at the end of a quarter, I don't know when that will be, but to start transitioning the students during the remote days slowly back into more of the other cohort, if that makes sense. So you kind of have a shrinking cohort and you've got a cohort that's kind of getting larger, so to speak, to try and get more students in an in-person instruction in a safe way. But I will say, the likelihood of that happening, I don't know, how good that's going to be. We have to remember, we're starting, if you're wondering how would that work, what does it look like? We're starting at the 6-foot distance. We can go to 3 feet. I'm not suggesting we do that right now by any sense, but I am saying that there has been the recommendation from the Department of Ed that systems can go to 3 feet. We're not starting there, but if things are very well under control, we've got a handle on this locally, might it be possible to take a room in the end of October, early November that has 14 desks and put 17 desks in there? I mean, maybe, right? So I think we have to look at it in small increments, small bites.
And I also think we have to do the reverse. If those
Yep.
numbers and those metrics increase, and if, sending more people back to work and more people back to school starts to see increase, we need to
The other way.
be able to flex in the other direction as well.
Are we gonna get a metric for that? Because we didn't really have one before. Or are we gonna have to come up with it on our own?
So according to the commissioner who we've been speaking with about this issue specifically for the past couple of weeks, they being his team and the governor's team is coming up with a series of metrics to use for schools to be able to know what way they should be moving up or down the continuum. So we are waiting on that.
Aaron, you had 3.
So I don't want to be wrong to assume this, but does this type of plan mean that we will not have any snow days?
I don't think we will. I don't think
There'll
we'll
be a
have this.
remote day.
Yeah, I don't think we'll have snow days. I think they'll shift.
Just
to-
wanted to add that. That was my last question.
All right, Jack, you've been quiet. Got any questions or thoughts?
I mean, yeah, but not quite fully formed yet.
Okay.
Give me a minute.
Tammy?
I sort of asked mine throughout.
Okay. Wendy?
I just have one, and I think this is a great model, and I'm definitely all for it. I think the community has spoken, and I think we need to, either way, and if it's remote and you choose your child to go remote, that's okay, and if you choose your child to go hybrid, that's okay. I think the school committee and the school district is here to support that. The only concern that I have is the 40 that are going to be hybrid. I just want to be able to be on the other side in a few weeks and really understand that my 10-year-old twins are home and there's 40 on a Zoom call. And I just want to see what that looks like.
Sure.
I like the plan, but I worry about the 40 and how is that going to unfold, whether you're talking middle school or you're talking elementary. I'm worried about that 40. I just want to see what it looks like. That's all.
I'll just piggyback on one on that.
Tara?
Tammy was,
That's okay.
She piggybacked.
oh, that you're adding to that, sorry.
She can in a minute, but I'm working my way around because I really do want to hear from everyone. This is a
Thank you, Jen.
decision that we have to make as a group, and so.
I think, actually, I had a full list of
Holy
questions.
kaboom!
We went through
You must be a
everything.
planner.
We did.
I am a planner. I want that plan like tomorrow. No, I think I'm good. I guess, no, everything was answered.
Karen?
I have one last question. I too had a list, but Mondays. The Monday group, we have a lot of Monday holidays. Is something going to be done to make up all those Monday holidays in terms of counting
That's-
days and losing educational time?
Yeah, that's exactly why we added the Wednesday into the mix on a rotating basis so that they would be able to pick up.
Yeah.
You'll like, as a matter of fact, if you look and did the math, if we had like the Monday, Tuesday, and then the Thursday, Friday, that was a big worry we had, was that you'd lose that Monday holiday
Right.
all the time, the same group. So because we added the Wednesday to every other, you're actually going to get an extra day of instruction a month
It actually
than you
works
would
itself
get
out
if
when you do the math.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and the Thursday, Friday people, the Fridays don't have necessarily holidays other than Thanksgiving, which there is no Thursday or Friday, but they do have, that's where we're putting a lot of the PD days
Oh, okay.
on the Friday. So it kind of
Evens itself out.
balances
yeah.
a little bit.
All right.
I know that was a tricky one. We had to think that one through too with that.
Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Sarah?
Just one.
Oh.
For the K through 3 model, they have dedicated cohorts with a dedicated teacher, right?
Yes.
And then does the remote cohort have its own teacher?
Yes.
Okay. Simple question, simple
Yeah.
answer.
Fully remote.
Fully remote.
Fully remote.
Right.
And it's a separate
Only
teacher.
one?
Well, it depends on the
Depends
numbers.
on the
It depends on the
numbers.
numbers,
That's
yeah.
still to be-
Depends on the numbers.
And same thing, because they're little, like, will they
Right.
have that support to that one
Access to the teacher.
teacher for each group?
Yes.
And do you think that will build in at the beginning of the year an opportunity for them to meet in person, or is that still kind of in the works?
Yeah. So part of those 10 PD days is to get for your in-person and your hybrid families to get them all in. The tricky thing that we will have to contend with is that the families don't want they don't feel safe to send their children in, but do they feel safe enough to meet with the teacher, right?
Like
so
outside,
that's
maybe.
kind of a,
Right.
yeah. And does the teacher who's doing the remote, who, might have a pre-existing condition or a spouse or a child or someone who does at home, are they feeling safe enough to do? So that's going to be one that we have to figure out and almost like a case
Almost on
by
an individual,
case,
yep,
Yep.
yep,
Yeah.
yep. Okay.
Can I just add one thing to that though? As far as devices go, there will have to be at least like a drive-by pickup.
Training on, right.
Yep, and some type of an overview. It might be a training video or a series of videos we can send to those families if they won't come in, but they will have to come pick up a device.
Press the open square, the green button. Jack?
The only thing I really want to make sure of is that I know there was a lot of problem with accountability when it came to like actual work. When we had to leave in the spring, which is fair because everything was crazy and like nobody knew what was going on. But I just want to make sure if like worst case scenario, we end up going back to full remote, that we maintain the accountability for students. And that's the most important thing to me for that part, because we have no idea how it's going to go in 2 or 3 months down the road or 2 or 3 weeks down the road. So I just want to make sure that we have the ability to maintain accountability for our students.
And so in my mind, in that PD training, all of the teachers are receiving their training on remote teaching. So even though I might be
Exactly.
the middle school teacher that teaches, or not middle school, but the 4th grade teacher that teaches the remote science, maybe it won't be science, but let's just say, or I'm the one that teaches math and the math is taught in person, I still have to develop how I would teach that remotely if we went to all remote. Like everybody's got to become experts on everything, whether they're doing it every day or not, in my mind.
And I think per the state, we can't be lenient. We can't say,
Correct.
don't worry about, I mean, they're telling us that we need
No.
to have so many hours of academic and you have to grade them and they have to have attendance, so.
And we still have to collect star data and we still have to collect, do assessments and.
In this schedule, so imagine there are times on this and, your enrichment class and all of that, this schedule literally just shifts online.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because
It
they
goes-
have
it just
one
pivots and
remote
goes right online.
period every day.
Yep.
Or
Yep.
so that's good,
Yeah.
actually.
Yep.
Absolutely.
All right. Any other discussion? Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to accept the transitional plan to start the school year, the return to school of full in-person for grades K, I'm going to say K to 3 and preschool as it is developed, and a hybrid model for grades 4 through 12. All those in favor, we need 2/3, so I'm going to do a roll call. Jack,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Tammy,
Yes.
Wendy,
Yes.
Tara,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Jane, yes. Wow.
Now we can start planning. That's great. Now we
And
can really get to work.
I know we have a lot of other stuff on our agenda, but I would like to thank those administrators, those teachers, those parents, those staff people. I can't tell you the amount of work that has gone into what you're going to see the rest of the night, but what went into this. I mean, every day it's a changing discussion. Somebody comes up with another creative idea and off they run. And people have been asked to do some pretty amazing things. And so I really appreciate the work that you've put in, but everybody along with you.
Yeah, we have a great team. Our subgroups are working really hard. The teachers, the counselors, the nurses, the school committee. I mean, everybody. This really has been a huge community team effort. We wouldn't be at this stage in our planning if we didn't have everybody pulling. So I really, really appreciate it very much. And to be frank, our union leadership, we've been in discussions with them repeatedly. So I'm really, the amount of time people are putting into this is just tremendous. So we're really, really grateful for that. Long way to go still.
Okay. Tammy, it's all you. Policy updates.
I guess I'm wondering if
Do we what?
I was thinking that too.
Should we do their handbook?
Just finish the report
We
of
do their
superintendent.
I was wondering if we should switch handbooks so then
can go.
Let
principals
Jason
can
finish.
go.
Oh,
I don't know.
you want to go? You got other things to do?
I just a thought.
Am I not loud enough?
No, I think that's for.
So yes, we can, but just in case, I do have a question for Jan. We received a sexual harassment, policy from you. When we got our packet, we received a different one, and from MASC, we received a mailing that was a little bit different. The one that we talked about last week in the policy committee is what you're looking to have approved, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. So yeah, we can, if you'd like to move to handbooks, Dr. DeFalco, it's still you then.
Great. So we're going to actually talk a bit about the handbook changes at the elementary and secondary level. Understanding that underneath school committee, the COVID policies and COVID handbook procedures will be a addendum to all the handbooks.
Correct.
So what the principals will present are essentially just the general updates to their handbooks, non-specific to COVID. And then after they present those, when we get into the COVID policies and handbook procedures, know that every handbook will have that addendum attached to it. So do you want to start with the elementary changes? Dr. Remke, Ms. Schaefer?
Oh, I just stole their microphone.
Oh.
Who stole it? You stole it?
Well,
Oh, do you want hand sanitizer or alcohol wipes? I have all of the above.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have it too. Tammy, we all.
And I have more on the tables and there you go.
So we actually made about 13 changes. The first one is we updated we need an update of school committee members.
Yeah,
I know
Kathy wrote me and I essentially said August 11th, we'll actually know, so.
So we put a
Pause.
a note that we need to update that. So kind of your loss, our gain, because we're gonna gain Wendy to help complex.
ready.
And then we also updated pages, the numbers on the table of contents. And update 2020 and 21 calendar, but we're still waiting for that. We don't have a final version. And one important thing is the district mission. We replace it. We moved the old one, but we replace it with the district blueprint vision. And the next one is we move the BMRSD core value on page 7 and added our district core value, which is community achievement, respect, and so. Then number 6, we remove on page 8, and that elementary school student will be honest, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if you have that in front of you, and we just remove that line. Do you want to go on the next one? Okay.
Completely and put nothing in its place?
Yes, it was a bunch of bullets.
Okay,
So we took
alright.
that out because everything was addressed in the other section, so we
Gotcha.
felt it was
Okay.
redundant.
Okay.
So the 7th change we're making is on page 8. The second bullet, we actually just moved wording around. So we just like the flow of different things better, so we had moved that. We did reach out to the specialists, so music, art, PE, and health. And we asked them if there are any changes because some of the curriculums haven't been updated. So we asked them what changes they'd like to make, and they all got back to us like that day with the changes they wanted. So we updated all of their curriculums to reflect their current standards according to the Mass State standards or their national standards. We reflected all that. And then we removed under disciplinary measures, a student loss of recess as a disciplinary measure, just because, we want the kids to be active, so we pulled that piece out. Number 10 was on page 30. No elementary kids walk to school, so we did take that line out of students walking home. We didn't feel that elementary students and
So
pre-K.
we are in the policy addendum that you will see. We are going to encourage and we're going to try to create walking trails. So we may want to keep that in.
Okay. And actually that one was after school hours, not during school hours too. So just so that was that one. And then under page 38, the instrumental music policy said the old report card standard rubric. So we changed it to the current rubric. So we changed it from making appropriate progress toward to progressing toward the level, the grade level standards. So we just made a slight tweak there. And then on page 66, we just minor wording change, hold hearing to hold a hearing. And we also, anything that was in the proposed COVID handbook, we did write next to it in the current handbook, said see COVID appendix. And then you'll notice the last bullet is the COVID appendix that will be added to our current handbook. So any section that had attendance, dismissal, any of those procedures, we did put a note, see COVID appendix in there. Any questions on that?
Can I just confirm what you just said at the end, Christina? Jane, can I ask?
Yeah, you may. Go ahead.
I can't see you. I don't like this.
Go ahead.
So what you're saying is on, like, in the body of the thing says attendance, so you have what it has, and then you just put like an asterisk, see the other? Okay.
Yes. So
I thought that was a great
I actually
idea.
have the updated copy here. And so we just put like a little asterisk and stuck it. So that way, when the COVID eventually goes away, it will still be, we can still refer to the other handbook. So we
Sure.
have it to
I
address
thought,
both.
I think that's important because if you're just reading it fast and you don't realize that there's another section, you're not gonna know to go look at the new language. So that's great. Thank you.
So we did that. I think there were probably about 10 sections that we had.
And these are online documents. So there may be a way to link right to that section in the code. So they don't have to read the whole, because the whole COVID thing is 50-something pages, Tanya? What are we up to? 60 pages? I don't know.
57.
Whatever, it's too many. But anyway, so maybe if it can link directly would be helpful.
Have a question?
No, any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh,
Hello.
hello.
Oh, Mr. Duda.
Anya directed me to go first.
Okay.
Not sure
was
why, you just say
longer
yes
drive.
Because she's here for the whole, she's got a whole other.
to the appendix,
Yeah.
yes. So, I think the appendix from that subgroup they've done a great job. It's pretty extensive, and I think, quite honestly, when I was talking to Linda, my admin assistant, we were saying that that's a guiding document that we're really gonna need to look at and be aware of, especially during this time. So, we also embedded the appendix with the asterisks in where we felt like that related. I think that was on the last page. And in terms of added, there was 9 sections that we felt that it corresponded. We could probably add a few more if we truly looked at it, but things were still being developed there. In terms of changes for handbook, some of the similar that elementary mentioned, school calendar, it's pending approval. Sources of information or updated numbers, those are just phone numbers for all the building. We had a few number changes. Class advisors, updated names. So we'll have the class of 2024. So we are still looking to appoint. Added language, page 9, we put in our instructional focus because we felt that was finalized. And I have a nice visual in there in the handbook on critical thinking and problem solving. I think to Jenny's point, I think possibly adding the district blueprint in there is something that we should do. We were contemplating the mission, the vision, the learning expectations, what's current and what isn't based off of the blueprint, the portrait of the graduate that was just submitted and finalized, and then looking at the ILT and the instructional framework or focus. So we did add that in there. Page 19, exams and summative evaluation activities and assessments. I deleted that whole piece because that was pertaining to this year. And I updated with the added language on student assessments and portfolio. If you read that or have looked at it closely, what I wanted to do was just reference that there is some language in our blueprint for district improvement in terms of implementing opportunities for all students to demonstrate their learning, looking at our ILT and learning committees. We are really into that work. I'm working with several committees looking at identifying our rubric, aligning that to the instructional focus, as well as the 5 competencies that are based in our Portrait of the Graduate piece. And then we also have a logistics team that's getting together to think about, well, how do we truly implement this? How students showcasing this work? So we're really getting into that level of work there.
Mike, can we keep from what was deleted, the second paragraph, the fact that students still have the opportunity to demonstrate understanding, like paper-based, MCAS, PSAT, SAT advanced, because they still will be doing that.
They still will, yeah.
So, because I think there are some parents who don't want to see graded paper testing go away completely, so I think maybe if that line still stays in there, it's.
Okay. So, yeah, just to be clear, we're looking at creating an assessment framework to really examine student work throughout the year, to be able to look at revision and reflection and really embedding critical thinking into that. Our rubric is pretty extensive, but we're looking to build on the 5 competencies in the Portrait of the Graduate work, but align that to critical thinking. So that's a level of work that we're working on there.
Great.
But if we want, is that a suggestion that people agree with in terms of that?
Yummy.
Yes. That was my suggestion last year. Mike, can you just tell me, where are you getting your page numbers? Because I'm online, and this exam situation is not on page 19. So I'm just wondering, what, do you have like a printed out?
I do. I don't know, so the copy that you have, is that the PDF that was sent from Bridget?
I'm just online, like when I go online and say student
The handbook?
handbooks.
Okay, so that is, I believe that those pages are the revised pages of the new handbook.
Oh, okay,
So my apologies.
okay.
So it'd be, in the new handbook, it would be on page 19.
Oh. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, sorry for that confusion.
No, that's okay. I was looking last night. I'm like, I don't see this at all.
But you should have received the PDF, the new PDF for the revised handbook somewhere, but.
Okay, thank you.
It's pretty similar, but I did cut out a few of the rubrics in the beginning, so it's probably about 5 pages difference.
Okay.
Cut up. So in terms of page 42, we're looking at describing the central detention. You know that there was a lot of conversation about what central detention was versus restorative time. So I added the language, took out the central detention, added a very general language of what restorative time was. So that's in there. I deleted support period detention language. So our Flex 20, we looked at providing opportunities for students to serve detentions during that time. We don't have that support period in that opportunity to be able to do that. So I did delete that. And then the final piece in terms of on page 55, there was some specific language about lockdowns or what that looked like. We typically are now saying it's a stay in order, stay in place, and we describe what that is so that everybody knows. So that terminology of lockdown has been deleted from the handbook.
Okay. Any questions for Mike? Thank you.
There's always one. Sure? No, okay.
No, wow.
Good.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
Good evening.
Hello.
Evening.
So for the middle school handbook, we just had a few changes. Page 2 is actually a correction from changes we made last year with the district attendance policy. We noticed afterwards We had kind of a short Q&A at the front that we didn't catch. So that change is just based off of the school attendance policy. However, just as the other principals noted, the attendance will have a section that says see COVID-19 because that will be slightly adjusted for what we're going through right now. Also, about in the middle of last year, or at least about third away of the year, we had changed the words detention to restorative time. So that is the only thing that changes. So the wording is still there about how the notice is given. It's just calling it restorative time. And that's the same for pages 11 to 14. We actually have a grid of what the consequences are for all different scenarios. So wherever there was a detention, we changed that to restorative time. And then the last one, to be more inclusive of all families. I noticed a lot of just says parent, parent, parent. So we've added in that to say parent and guardian, so that we can be more inclusive. And then all the rest of the pages are where we would put the asterisk that says, see the COVID handbook appendix, which is about at 53 pages now. So that's all I have for
the paperclip doesn't even stay on.
Yeah. So that's all I have for the middle school handbook changes. And then if you want to talk about I can do the appendix piece now, after if you'd like.
Okay. So does anybody have any questions about the handbook? Oh, I still. No? Okay. So I have mixed about whether we do the procedures that are in the appendix, or we do the policies have to come before the procedures, or do the procedures have to come before the policies, or so I don't know. It's the cart and the horse, or whatever the expression is, the chicken and the egg.
Well, whatever changes you make.
Overarching policy, and then
Correct,
the
and then
procedure is how you
procedures.
implement the policy.
So
policy first.
I think so, which means you have to hang out for a while.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I thought I was doing you a favor.
Reverse
it.
Are you sure? I mean, whatever you guys decide on the policy, if it's different than what this handbook appendix, it's going to be ever changing. I already had an email from one of the nurses about something else that already needs to change. So each time we're having to update it, each school committee meeting, you will be given here's the appendix, and here in red is the changes that we've had to make since the last time, because it's almost on a daily basis.
Yeah.
I think what's important for people to know that are watching at home, a lot of people have had very specific questions like, what do you do if a teacher gets sick? What do you do if a student gets sick? This 53-page, I think it's more than
Plus.
that though, sorry, 89, essentially outlines all, and there's not a possible way we're going to read all that in our meeting, but we will make it available as soon as possible. And to committee members, if you haven't read it, you really need to, families need to read this. Yeah. Families in the district need to read this, because
I'm sure we can put it up on the website and say, this is an ever-changing document, but here it is right now for you to read what we have right now.
And so, we will go to it, because I think people, I don't know. I don't know. I think we have to do our policies, because that may change. If we change our policies, we have to change our handbook. So I think, sorry.
That's okay.
Hang out for a little while. All right. So we're putting your report on hold for a moment.
Sure.
But handbook review, we're good. Everybody's good. I'll entertain a motion to approve the handbook revisions. Do we approve them, or would we just?
Yeah, it says action required.
Give them our unofficial blessing.
Yeah.
I did it just now.
Okay.
Yeah, it says action required.
Okay. So you want to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve them as presented.
And Sarah gave it her blessing, so that's a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I would ask that all of you who have just parent in there, change it to parent and guardian, but, and/or guardian. Okay. All right, Tammy,
Tammy. Okay.
sexual harassment.
So I do still have a question. I think, Jan, if you can help me or help us. Because MAS, so what happened is we reviewed what you gave us, which was 2 pages and a little bit. MASC said they've worked with their attorneys and here's what your policy should look like. It's 9 pages. Whether or not we include the rest of that, we can talk about, but in their guidance of MASC, it says, effective August 14th, 2020, school committees are required to adopt an evidentiary standard of either preponderance of evidence of the evidence, greater than 50% chance that the claim is true, or beyond reasonable doubt standard that the proof that is close to reasonable certainty. So it clearly says that school committees should be deciding which preponderance of the evidence, or which evidentiary standard should be chosen in our guidance from MASC. However, that choice is not in what you presented to the policy subcommittee. Therefore, we never had that discussion. But it is in our packet from Bridget. So that's my question to you is what standard of evidence are you proposing we use? Because it has to be included in the procedure, I guess you would say, but this clearly says that's a school committee decision.
Correct. The procedures were attached to the whole policy.
Right.
But we've, in the past, said that's too much. It's too lengthy, it's too, it just has too much in it. So we're
So
gonna keep
we
the
as a district are gonna say, we don't wanna follow MASC's guidance on that.
Well, no, we're just
No.
separating our policies from our procedures. Even when we did the revision of our policy manual with Dorothy, she recommended you have policy and you have procedures.
Okay, but Dorothy is saying it should have all of these, MASC is
But
saying.
it doesn't have to have them in one place,
Okay,
right? It doesn't have, it can have a policy and it can have a procedure.
so
Yes, you
where
just
have
would
it
the
all.
rest be?
Where would that be? I guess that's as long as we have that
So where do we currently have our
Our
procedure, in
procedure.
an employee manual?
The procedures, I don't know where they are, to be perfectly honest with you. They're in our handbooks usually, and there's usually a link on the website. That's how it's been in the past. We've had to do some procedures last year when we went through our whole PR thing, and we made the policies here and the procedures here. So we have them. They should be located somewhere where you can access it if you need it, but it doesn't have to be in the policy manual.
Makes sense.
Tammy, can I just clarify one other thing?
Yep.
Because I think there was another part of the question about the threshold of evidence, right? Which
Correct,
was-
that's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, because there's 2 issues. There's one which is where are the procedures?
Yep.
Right, and separating those from the policy. And then the second one is what's the level of evidentiary information needed to the committee to make a decision, whether it's the more than 50% or with a reasonable doubt. Was that the other one, Tammy?
Reasonable certainty, yeah.
Reasonable certainty, thank you. So I think there's 2 issues that need to be
Right.
settled
Right.
with that.
So, I mean, is that I think the discussion about what level of evidentiary standard we should have that as a school committee, because that's what it says we should do.
Correct.
And then whatever we decide can go into the procedure but maybe there should be a link so that when you're reading the policy, you know what to
Go
do.
right to the, yeah.
You know,
Yep.
it shouldn't be a guess. If you have a sexual harassment issue, you shouldn't be like, oh, how do I go about this? And willy-nilly, you know, that has to be.
And I have to click on this and click on that.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what it should say at the end of the policy.
It should,
That
yeah, it
there
should say.
should be a link there, and, you know, once this is all finalized, there will be. You'll be able to find it very easily at the time, but we have to have two separate things because it is a little cumbersome. So however you want to do it is fine by me.
As long as when they go to the policy, they know what they need to do.
Right.
So if there's a link, that's for me, that's great.
And it should cite the state laws, and it should cite the link, and neither one of these documents we got, they're doing that, but I don't know why they're not. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, what MASC sent us was much more,
So
robust.
in your role as the person they will contact or file, or I don't know what the term is, file a complaint, file directly, and they have the hearing, in terms of evidence, do you have a process you have been following, a preference, a recommendation?
To be perfectly honest, in the past, there hasn't really been an outlined way to go about it.
Okay.
And that's why this has been so important, because I'm like, where are there all the procedures? Where does this come from? You know, how are we moving forward? I really wanted a detailed list of what should be done.
Mm-hmm.
When she gave me when the legal counsel gave me the document, it's 9 pages long.
Right.
And I said to her, this is very long, and I love it. It has everything in there. But as far as our policy goes, it's too much. So she said, just take from what I wrote through the definitions, that's your policy. For your procedures, it's the entire 9-page document. So I'm not exactly sure what you're asking me. I think what she gave me is fine. I even have a form that's not in there, but it's almost like taking down the statement and going from there and questioning it. She's going to give us the training on how to go through all the procedures in a couple weeks. So hopefully I'll have all those answers, but at this point.
Is this in student handbooks or staff handbooks, or both?
We don't have a staff. We have our HR persons actually working with Paychecks, our HR company, developing our staff and faculty reference guide and handbook. We don't have that.
We don't have one?
We don't have one.
No.
Okay.
We've never
So
had
we need to
one.
have one,
Yes.
and the whole thing needs to be in there.
Yep.
And it needs to be linked on the website, and it needs to link from our policy, that shortened version, right to that procedure in the handbook. Is this apply to students as well?
Yes.
Okay. So it needs to be in all of your handbooks that you all have. It'll be in our policy manual, but it needs to then link to all of the student handbooks as well. And then, so that's the one phase, and we can choose to adopt the policy, shortened or lengthened. But the second thing that's really a part of the policy is when somebody fills out that form with you, this committee has to decide that we want you to look at that information from the lens of, what are the two, Tammy? Preponderance of evidence.
Preponderance of the evidence, which they have in quotes, greater than 50% chance that the claim is true, or beyond reasonable doubt standard, which is the proof that is close to reasonable certainty. And in what we received, they have preponderance of evidence in our packet, which I don't know where that came from.
We don't. So does anyone have anybody a lawyer? Or anybody watch criminal shows and see which way they like it better?
Tammy, you're just asking to have that put into that document.
Well, we need to make a decision.
We need to make a decision.
Can I give an opinion on this?
Yes.
I think Tammy and I have had a chance to process this a little bit, and I've been really sitting with this. It makes the issues that would come forward in a complaint like this are very significant.
Correct.
And it would seem to me that there would need to be enough information that could really kind of prove, if you will, I think, without a reasonable doubt that this situation occurred.
But so you're saying there needs to be a preponderance of evidence. The evidence has to be there.
To not have a reason
No, we're
be
saying, he's
without a
saying reasonable
you need to
doubt.
have
Yeah,
a
that's what I'm
preponderance of
saying.
So that's a higher threshold. That's a,
Right. That's what I think should
the
be
reasonable
in place
doubt
for
is
the-
a higher threshold. You know, I think, yeah, so that's the higher threshold. The preponderance of evidence is greater than 50% chance. So if you're 52% certain that something occurred, that person loses their job on 52% versus, you know,
Reasonable
I
doubt.
think
you
we
know,
need
a higher level,
for that.
you know.
Okay.
I mean,
Who makes the determination?
we do. Oh, who
No,
makes
no,
the
no,
actual-
we-
Whether
we
it's met-
decide
The
which
hearing
choice they
person.
make. The hearing person.
So you would
hearing
be the
person.
person deciding, okay.
And, please know that building administrators can take the information as well.
Sure. And they'll be trained as well, correct?
Correct.
So you are the district.
They would
Yeah.
come to me if there was an issue, or if I wanted to take it on myself, or.
They would confirm, consult with you.
So Tammy, would you like to make a recommendation one way or the other?
I think that these types of matters, when they come up, are serious enough and life-changing enough that I personally, as a teacher who, that line is so thin, when you're in a building with kids and whatever, I think we need to be reasonably certain that something occurred before we, in order to take the rest of the action, which again is 6 pages. So, I mean, I think that you really have to be sure. I feel that way, but I don't,
Is reasonably certain the same as beyond a reasonable doubt?
beyond reasonable doubt standard. Proof that the wording is proof that is close to reasonable certainty. The other option is preponderance of evidence, which is greater than 50% chance that the claim is true.
And you're saying the first one.
I'm saying the second. I think the second one, because that's a higher, you need to prove it more solidly than 51% possibility.
So if you are looking at the Blackstone
It's sort of
Millville
like the difference between a civil
Regional
case and a criminal.
Sexual Harassment Title IX Procedures, if you're looking at that document in your packet,
Yeah, where are
and you
we?
go to page 6, we are suggesting in the procedures to change a beyond reasonable doubt as opposed to a preponderance of the evidence.
It's under findings of responsibility,
Yeah,
the fourth
so it's
fourth
Yeah,
paragraph.
fourth paragraph. So we're looking to change that and the definition of that. If it is determined that, then we'll take the next steps. So we need to change that in our procedures.
There's a lot of references to the preponderance of evidence when you go through this, so.
So we would need to change them all,
Right,
if that's what,
if that's what we decide to go with.
yes.
But there must have been a reason why she put that in there, because she said, her and I spoke at length, and
Did this come from her? The full
procedures as
the-
well?
yeah, the entire thing.
Because
And-
I would, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
When we spoke at length, she says, the problems that we both feel is a lot more cases that go forward, there may be issues because I don't want to say they lowered their evidence, but that's probably the best way I can say it. If someone comes to you and says they have a problem and it could be true, you really have to take it seriously and, do your homework and, really investigate it to the limit. And she says, and that's why she put that wording in there. So I think she's just trying to make sure that we cover all our bases. I'm not telling you to go one way or the other. We can certainly change it.
The standard that's in here is the least amount of evidence. Right?
So
But you- yeah.
she said that's better to have the least amount before you take action?
No, she said this is the way I would go. I mean, there were many things that we talked back and forth with, why the law had changed and, you know, the rights that they're trying to protect and things like that. A lot of things we agreed with, some things we didn't, but that was her recommendation. We can certainly change it. It doesn't, you know, it's your,
Should we go back to have a
So,
conversation with
so
the-
we can have that conversation. We have to have a policy, by law, we have to have a policy and our procedures in place by August 14th. Right, Tammy?
That's what my notes say from our policy meeting.
That's, yeah, that's August 14th.
Training by
So
August 25th.
We don't have necessarily the luxury to table.
And I apologize, I didn't know about this language. We didn't get the whole package at the subcommittee. We only got the first couple of pages, and only when MASC said, this is the decision you guys have to make. And then this packet came in today, or whenever Bridget sent the full packet, and I compared everything, I was like, oh, wait a minute, we already made that decision? But then that's when I asked Jane if we ever did, so.
No,
I mean, we could put something in place and then kind of look at it further and amend it.
We can certainly amend it, exactly.
Right? So should we do it, I mean.
So what you guys got in your packet today are the procedures. What you should have also gotten was the policy, because we need to essentially approve both.
The
They're
policy
gonna be
is the
different.
first
It's the first 4
2.5
pages.
pages up until complaints and reports of sexual harassment.
Right.
That's where it starts that we didn't review in subcommittee.
But we do need to approve, so we really need to approve 3 different things tonight. A policy, the whole entire policy with procedures, and whether or not we want to keep it as written for now and can change it to the higher standard, or we want to start with the higher standard.
I do not want to start with the higher
I'm just
standard.
laughing at the number of times that you say policy and procedure right now.
Yeah.
So
What is your recommendation?
I would recommend, since we cannot put it off and clarify why the attorney chose one or the other, that we approve the policy. So what we got in our packet is the procedures, but the policy is
It has
attached.
the policy attached to it, yes.
Okay.
But it's not like clear. It's not
Yeah, no.
labeled.
That we approve the policy, which according to my notes include the first 2 pages of this packet and the final paragraph of page 3
Okay.
as the policy
So you want to do it separately?
for
Well, let's
sexual
approve the policy
harassment
first,
in Title
and then
IX. Yep,
procedure second.
yep.
So I make a motion to.
But before you do that,
Just the-
because if are we going to, in the procedure, because there may be those words in the policy, do we want to address the standard by which it will be judged?
What is it, what is it right now?
What was recommended by the attorney was a preponderance of the
It
evidence.
was the lower threshold.
I don't think that's in the policy wording.
It's not in the policy. That's why
the
it
first
didn't
2
come up
pages.
when
Oh.
we
All right,
reviewed
so
it.
let's approve,
policy.
I'll take your motion to
Okay.
approve the policy.
can I just ask one question just for clarification? I know that you really just have to approve policy, not procedures. So can you
Both.
approve the policy
And amend the procedure.
and then amend the procedure if need be?
Correct. Yes.
Yes,
we
that's why
can.
we're doing it
I
separately.
think that's where we're going with this. I believe.
Yes.
So there's motion on the floor to approve the policy.
Policy.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So motion by Wendy, seconded by Jack. Are there any questions on the first 2 pages or the what paragraph?
The top of the 3rd
First
page.
2.5
Top of the
pages.
3rd page.
Yep.
Up to complaints and reports. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the sexual harassment policy, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody against it? Say nay. Any abstention? Okay. All right, so policy is good. We have to, as a school committee, we are required to decide the standard by which we will judge. and that has to appear in the procedures. So do you want to make a motion one way or another for that, Tammy?
I would make a motion to stay with what is in
The procedure.
the procedures that we received in our packet, on the premise that Dr. Laporte is saying that that's what the attorney recommended.
I second.
Okay. And should you have a further discussion, we can always amend. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to adopt the standard of a preponderance of the evidence as indicated in the procedures. And it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention. All right. So we're good. We've done our part. We have a procedure. We need to get them into a handbook. We need to link them to our policies. And we need to consult with the attorney to see why she chose, is it a she?
It is a she.
Why she chose that versus the higher standard.
I think it has to do with the fact that sexual harassment isn't a criminal court issue, it's a civil court issue. Civil court uses preponderance of the evidence. It also protects us and other organizations, corporations that use a preponderance of the evidence. That way you don't have to go and prove with direct evidence that a situation occurred. You can just take care of it through HR and make it go quiet before it becomes a big deal. And then you don't lose money in a lawsuit later.
Jack, where were you an hour ago?
Why didn't you
Well
see
then.
it earlier, Jack?
Could have been like 25 minutes ago.
Jack needs time to process his thoughts.
Well spoken. Thank you.
Yeah, that was well done, Jack. Thank you.
Thank you.
So would
All right.
you like me to, check in with her and give you an answer back and say, it's what Jack said?
Come again, just say what Jack just said.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm thinking of it as a teacher working in a building. I think I'm looking at this from the other side. If I'm on the other side of this and I'm being accused of something, I think I would want the reasonable doubt part. So, yeah, I would just like to kind of work that through.
All right, I'll talk to her and I'll send
Now,
out
do
an
we
email and let you
do
know.
something with the non-discriminate? What do we have to do with this one? Did anything change?
So,
Non-discrimination and anti-harassment?
Oh, okay, just so you're not confused.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about handbook changes.
Yes.
Because of the new policy for the Title IX, some of the language in the harassment had to be changed.
Yep.
So this was all part of, if we were going to approve
so this
handbook
came
changes and we
separate.
approved the policy, then could
Now
you,
this gets changed in the handbooks.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
we're trying to just wrap it all up.
So we
Does
put the-
everybody-
We put the changes in, so you.
Is everybody good with that? So the changes now are reflected in this as well, in the handbooks. Okay.
and I did confirm with Dorothy Presser, Jane,
Yep.
that we do not want to remove policy ACA, which was non-discrimination
So that still stays.
on the basis of sex. That she said that would stay. ACA covers non-discrimination and ACAB covers sexual harassment.
Okay.
And so interestingly, she says, in case you didn't see it, we sent you our model policy to follow. Which we're
Which
saying
we
we're
now
not gonna
have
quite
seen it.
follow.
Which caused the havoc.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So do we have to approve that? Is that action?
No, this is fine. When with the policies in place, we can change the procedure.
Okay. All right. We did the action.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Jan.
No,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Jen.
Dr.
Thank you.
Laporte.
Have a good night.
You as well.
Thanks, Jim.
So we're switching to the policy addendum, Jane?
What?
Are we doing the policy addendum document?
We
now?
are.
Okay.
So, and you guys did not get this in your packet, unfortunately.
Can I share it now? Or did you share it?
I did share it with you, all of you, last night. I did share it with you. It's the document that says, if for those of you that have computers, which most of you don't, because I told you not to bring them so we wouldn't ring over everybody else if we were on Zoom. But it's the one that says, and we're going to have to read these anyway because they're policies. So, but it says, due to the impact of COVID-19, the Blackstone Millville Regional School District School Committee realizes it must implement a non-traditional return to school for the fall 2020 semester and perhaps beyond. As such, the BMRSD, and thank you, Tara, for catching it was backwards, return to school plan will require amendments to existing policies as well as budget revisions, reallocations. We also understand that some of the return plans may require negotiation with our current members. We also need to consider revisions and waivers to some of our policies and protocols that we will approve an addendum to the current handbooks to cover most of the changes. However, we reserve the right to be flexible as the need approaches and to authorize the superintendent to suspend, revise, or recommend policies, rules, and protocols as needed to serve the best interests and safety of students, their families, and the community. So a lot of these essential policies essentially say the superintendent can recommend revisions to them as we go. Like as we go, this may change. And so what you see is the current policy and the recommended amendment to that policy. And then there's a place if we like that, great. If people want to recommend changes, what I'm going to ask Tammy to do is make the motion to, with the recommended, and ask somebody to second it and read it, and then we'll just keep saying as read, so we don't have to read it 12 times since we're on 8:45 or whatever. Okay, so Tammy.
So the first recommended amendment is for policy EBC. It is the emergency plans policy. The recommended amendment is interim policy on COVID-related issues. The school committee takes note of the COVID-19 emergency, resulting disruption of the traditional school day and year, growing concerns of students, families, and the community, and the growing number of issues that will affect public education. Therefore, the school committee establishes an emergency interim policy to promote public safety and safety of students and faculty, maintain to the extent possible the high and efficient level of educational services, ensure support for students in general and in particular for those at highest risk educationally, as well as those at social and economic risk, and comply with the emergency orders of the governor and adhere to the extent possible to the guidance of the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education and other agencies of state and federal government, and expedite the safest strategy for returning students to school.
So here is the policy that, do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, check. So here's the policy that says if the governor says shut it down, we shut it down. If the governor says bring in more, we think about no. Okay. Does anybody have any discussion on this one? Or recommended amendments to the amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it does have to be 2/3, so I think we're good there.
Okay.
Tammy?
I motion to amend policy JCA, student assignment to schools. The amendment would be subject to the guidance from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. The superintendent may suspend or revise the assignment of students to schools, including the assignment of new students for such a period as the emergency declaration is in force.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Tara. Okay, this is the one that lets us move them if we have to have first graders all in one place and second graders all in one place and so forth and so on. Gives the authorization to the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Okay.
I make a motion to amend policy ICA, school calendar, and IC and ID, time on learning, to be elementary and secondary schools will operate for a minimum of 170 days as per the direction of the Department of Education. School shall ensure that every elementary school student is scheduled to receive a minimum of 850 hours, and that every secondary school student is scheduled to receive a minimum of 935 hours for the 2020 and 2021 academic year. The superintendent may suspend or revise the school calendar with the approval of the school committee, subject to the provisions of collective bargaining agreements.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Wendy. Any discussion? So this is where we talked about earlier the requirement of 170 days and 850 hours of time on learning for elementary and 935 hours of time on learning for secondary students, regardless of whether you choose a hybrid model or a remote. So remote, your students need to be learning 850 hours this year if they're at home and in elementary and so forth and so on. So, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Tammy, you want somebody else to read one for a change?
okay.
You're good. Okay.
I
go.
propose an amendment to policy JH, attendance, as follows. As required by the Department of Education, all schools will report their student daily attendance to the state, along with the noting if in school or remotely. Families are responsible for ensuring their child attends school every day, whether for in-person or remote learning. The district must continue to investigate extended absences and make and document reasonable efforts to locate the student and determine the reason for non-attendance. All attendance, whether remote or in person, shall be accounted for and be used to follow guidelines for participation in school-related events.
Is there a second?
Second.
Was that you, Karen?
That was me.
Seconded by Karen. All right. So this is where attendance matters. And if you want to play in the band or you want to do your sport, you have to have the same. You have to be online with your teacher from whatever to whatever that day of the activity, or you have to, you have to be up and accounted for
Absolutely.
every day. Any other discussion?
Jane, I just want to point out, this is one of the areas that we need the direction from MIAA and/or DESE to kind of say how the remote learning folks are going to, at what level they'll be able to participate in any of this stuff, even if they're present. So I think there'll be more to follow in this area when the time comes. But I do think the other part of it falls within the handbooks versus our policy.
Correct.
So we'll have to look at those again at some point.
Yeah. Well, those, and Tanya will tell us all this, but and she already did once, but those will be continually evolving. And so, parents really will have a responsibility, and students as well. Students need to be responsible for their own learning as well, and they need to be, up to date, reviewing this stuff as well, so, and guardians. Any other discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of the amendments to JH attendance, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? For the record, Jack did not vote, but.
I propose an amendment to policy JL, student welfare, which would follow all staff, visitors, and students pre-K to 12 must wear a mask within school buildings except for those with documented reasons. The superintendent shall provide protocols to principals and teachers regarding students who may require special exemptions from health and safety standards during the pandemic emergency. This may include the use of masks, shields, hat shields for the youngest children.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Oh, okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of must wear masks, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Okay.
I propose an amendment to policy GCA, professional staff positions, as follows. The superintendent may revise job descriptions for district staff considering the provisions of current collective bargaining agreements in order to secure the safety and health of students and staff. Establish effective communications between school and community, maintain facilities, transport students as needed, provide food services, and acquire necessary materials to operate schools safely and securely during the pandemic. The superintendent will inform the school committee of any such changes. Any changes to job descriptions shall expire at the end of the declared emergency situation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Sarah. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
All those opposed, abstentions. Okay.
So I propose a new policy, IRA, privacy of students. Massachusetts law prohibits the recording of individuals without their permission. Similarly, students may not be recorded in classrooms by audio, visual, or remote means without the permission of parents or, if of age, by individual students. During periods of remote learning, the privacy of students participating in online/remote classes shall not be violated by recording them without appropriate permission.
Is there a second?
Second.
So any teacher that wants to record their Zoom or Google Meet lesson cannot do so unless they have prior permission of everybody who is on that recording. Any other discussion? Wendy, did you? Oh, yeah.
So are we including in the initial packet this year a release? Just to like do a cover, a release that parents would sign?
Yeah, like.
Because there's one right now that it's for
If
photos.
you take your picture and
So shouldn't we get that covered?
Tanya, did we include that? Did we include the release for if you do a Zoom recording of remote or anything like that?
That would be a really good idea.
I just think it would be easier for.
Okay, item
For
number,
the policies that you're doing that are COVID specific,
Yeah.
my recommendation would be that they're put into the one appendix that we're making and be denoted there as the policy, so it's just in one spot for everybody to find.
yeah, what Erin's recommending is for privacy of students, it says that they can't be recorded if they're in a remote class. And so a teacher who wanted to record that, maybe for students to watch later or whatever, would need the permission of all the students. And so Erin's recommending maybe in this appendix, we put a blank, like we have the community agreement in the end, we put a blanket, I agree if my
Yeah,
student
we
is
could add that
participating.
to the end so that the two
Yep.
last pages are what can be signed and brought in.
Yep. So teachers would need to know if a parent didn't sign that, they
Yep.
can't record that.
Yep.
And they usually do that with photos, like you always have that
Yeah.
reminder in your head of
Yeah.
who can't be, so I think it would be a good idea.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of IRA, I laugh every time I say that, privacy of students, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstention. Okay. So Tammy, if you can make a note to add into, that would be great.
Okay. I propose to amend policies IHBG, homeschooling, and IHBF, homebound instruction, as follows. Families, for whatever reason, may elect to opt for a remote learning plan for their students during the pandemic timeframe. Remote options will also be available to students who are temporarily homebound due to illness, quarantine, or disability. Parents who opt to homeschool their children instead of electing the remote option shall still be required to meet all policies and procedures outlined for homeschooling.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara. So this is the place where we make it clear that there's a difference between opting for remote versus opting for homeschooling. Those are very different things.
Did you say discussion already?
Yeah. Go.
I wanted a point of clarity on this. Are we putting this language in both of these separate,
Yeah, so IHBF, IHBF, it's recommended that, because IHBF, I don't even know if we actually had it before.
Yeah, we did.
Okay. It's probably called homebound instruction, and now needs to also be called remote learning, if you will. Needs to be called both. So if somebody's looking, what's your policy on remote learning? It's that you can opt for it if you choose. Now, we don't say in here that, you know, you opt for it for a amount of time. We don't say that. I don't know if we should.
It's too fluid.
Yeah.
And so does the language also go in the homeschooling?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Gets amended in both places.
Okay.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of IHBG homeschooling, IHBF homeschooling instruction / remote learning? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. So approved.
So I propose amending the following policies. EEA, which is Student Transportation Services. EEAA, which is Walkers and Riders. EEAEC, Student Conduct on School Buses. EEAG, Student Transportation in Private Vehicles. And EEAE, School Bus Safety Program. As follows. Subject to current law and regulation, the superintendent may suspend or modify policies related to the transportation of students by the school district. Legal requirements relating to individual education programs that contain transportation for students shall not be altered without the appropriate family consent. And actually, I'm going to take off EEAE from that vote because I think that's an entirely separate addition.
So that's the one on the bottom?
The one on the bottom.
Okay.
That's the one we emailed.
So this will be EEA, EEAA, EEAEC, and EEAG.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a second to those?
Oh, that's.
Second.
Okay. Seconded by lots of people. Tara, I've got to say. So Sarah, you win. Is in any discussion?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Actually, to Jill. Sure. Jill, so this, as read, as in here, say, legal requirements relating to IEP, basically, that contain transportation for students shall not be altered without appropriate family consent. Should it not say IEP team consent? Because you don't change, parents aren't allowed to change the IEP alone.
Parent has to either accept the proposal, but remember, a parent can decline the proposal. So it would be the parent. Like, we make the proposal, but if the parent accepts transportation, we provide it, and the only way we can stop that transportation is if the parent agrees to it. Because remember, a parent can decline a service.
Sure, but it has to be documented. The parent can't add a service.
Correct. They can't add a service, but I think that says changed, meaning not
So this
provided.
says, legal requirements relating to IEP programs that contain transportation. So they already would have been developed by the team?
Correct.
So we can't then change.
Right.
The superintendent can't change it and.
So transportation is a question on the IEP. And the only time it would be if a child needs specialized transportation. So that would go on the IEP. Other than that, it would be no. So I'm reading it as, because you can change transportation for, regular ed students who don't. For IEP students, we could only take away that transportation or change it if the parent agrees. Or the parent gives us to in writing. You're thinking if a student doesn't have transportation.
Well, I think
Parent
it's
wants to add
both
it?
ways. I mean, if I'm taking transportation in or out of an IEP, it's a team decision. I can't
It's a
just
team
change
decision,
that
but it's still.
document.
The
The parent
proposal.
can declose, I understand that the parent can decline it.
Correct.
But the scenario I was thinking about is it's in there.
Yep. So would you feel more
And then we
comfortable if it
say-
said something like,
I
as
think
a result
that
of the
any
team's
change to the
proposal and
IEP
parents'
is-
But I
parents'
think
consent?
you're looking at it too much. In other words, there's already a transportation requirement in the IE. That's already been set up. What this policy is saying is we cannot legally change. So we can't say, you've already set up the transportation for Johnny.
One way or
We
another.
can't change that unless the parents agree. So we know that we can't put 5 people on a bus anymore. In a special those little dinky buses, we can now put 2. So maybe you have 3 kids on your family who all were going to be transported together. They can't be now. But we can't change that unless the parent agrees that you can take Johnny and Susie and Peter later.
So I'm looking at it as, it's up to us to determine how many kids go on the bus. It's just a parent's decision to say, I either want specialized or don't. It's up to us to determine how many people are on the bus. So if I have a student who goes out of district, for example, the parent chooses to either accept or decline specialized transportation. The parent can't say, Johnny and Susie and Jimmy are the 3 people who have to go on that bus. They don't have any part of that. Their only part, they don't have, the time they're picked up, the time they're dropped off, how many kids are on the bus, where people sit. Their consent is to either you're accepting regular specialized transportation or you're not. So I heard it, how I'm listening to it might be similar to you, Jane, in the fact that if specialized transportation is arranged and provided and the parent agrees, the only way we can take away specialized transportation is with parent consent. And that's accurate.
Yeah, and I
you
don't
concerned
even
about
know if
its-
I don't even know if this it definitely relates in that example, but it's also saying, I have a student who needs a specialized bus that has an elevator attached.
Correct. Yep.
And so in the plan, it says you'll have an elevator bus.
Correct.
All of a sudden, we don't have an elevator bus driver and we need to pick up your wheelchair and put you, and I know that I'm talking very extreme.
Yes.
But we can't change that unless the parent agrees that, okay, you can pick
Correct.
it up.
Whatever we say in
So
that
that's how I'm
IEP
reading this, Tammy.
But what I'm saying is that language is specifically in your IEP. The team has to say, no, you're allowed to use a different kind of bus, and you take the language of elevator off the IEP.
Well, the team proposes it, but we can't make the change unless a parent agrees to that.
So let's use the other way.
Sure.
The team is proposing specialized transportation because there's a behavior issue.
Okay.
Okay? That parent then cannot put the kid on the regular ed bus against the team's recommendation. They can choose not to go on the special ed bus and drive them in, but they cannot put them on the big bus.
So normally if something like that happens, there needs to be another team meeting and it needs to come to some resolution.
That's what I'm saying. It's a team.
Because remember,
the
we
family
can't-
doesn't decide.
Right. The team makes the proposal, but the parent can wish. So for anything, I could say.
But the parent can't put that kid on the regular ed bus.
No, but this doesn't
after
say
the
that,
team
Tammy.
has decided that.
This doesn't say that. This says that the transportation's already in the plan.
they have a right to the regular bus.
Not if a team makes a decision.
So there's more than just the team saying that. If a parent declines our services and wants the regular bus, there has to be further discussion. If it's a safety
Right,
issue,
I mean,
it has
you
to be
can go
more,
to-
but we
right.
can't deny children access unless we come to some agreement. I've never had that.
But it's a team decision.
It's a team
decision to
proposal.
To start the transportation.
Yeah, it's a team proposal. But I.
This, I'm gonna stop,
Okay,
because
yeah.
this document talks about that's already in place. That's
Correct.
already been decided and.
They're getting
and
it.
the school decides to change it. We legally can't change it unless the parents also agree.
That's how I'm understanding it.
So it's something that's already, it's not developing one. It's one that's already in place, and we try to change, the school tries to change it. We can't do that unless the parents agree.
But Tammy, I hear what you're saying on
It's
that
a
other.
team decision. It's not a parent decision. Okay, that's fine. I'll agree to disagree.
Well, can this be brought back to the?
No, that's okay. We can do it.
Yeah.
To approve this, I mean, if it's a discussion, I think it should be brought back to the committee to have a discussion and come to an agreement.
But I think this would be the discussion. I mean, we're gonna discuss it with Jill, honestly. I think that anytime you change an IEP, it's a team decision. Whether it's,
But it's saying family
if you can
consent at the
decline
end,
it,
so is
you're
that
fine.
the family has to consent to the team decision? Because it ends
I
with family
suppose we
consent.
could argue that the family would be part of the team,
Right.
if we wanna say that. Okay, I'm good.
Because this is
I'm
saying it
just
already
one mayor
contains it.
person.
Okay.
So
Any other
that's what I
discussion?
moved. It's fine.
All right, hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as read, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Let's note that Sarah did not vote on that one.
I propose an amendment to EEAE, School Bus Safety Program, by adding language that children will be instructed on proper safety protocols relating to seating requirements as well as mask wearing requirements.
Second.
Who, Tara, okay. Any discussion?
Can I just ask 2 questions on that?
I have several, so go ahead.
Okay, so who is delivering that instruction?
Yep, that's my question.
And.
How and when and where?
How and when and where. And then are the students, and I know this might be just COVID, but are they being seated back to front and who's delivering that instruction so that there's no cross contamination? Right?
So, do we have that in, no, we don't have transportation, because Matt is working on
Okay.
those. So,
I just know that's been in place.
but I do know the what's come forth is that back to front and release front to back, like you get off front to back.
Correct. And who's delivering the
And there's
instruction?
X's where you can't sit, and you can sit where
Right.
you can sit, and you go every other row, and so are we doing a video on that? Are we doing a?
So can the current policy actually interestingly already has, which sort of goes along with where we're going. Children will be instructed as to proper procedure for boarding and exiting from a school bus and in proper and safe conduct while aboard. So it seems like somebody's already instructing something. Even prior to COVID.
I mean, sometimes the bus driver will tell, the little kids to sit up front. Is it that kind of stuff? Like,
But I think in
But I
this
think
case,
there's
we
a
need
piece-
more.
There's a
Actual
piece that
training.
has to go with the
COVID, for
piece.
sure.
Yeah, it's gonna have to
Yeah.
be a recorded
It's
video.
gonna have to be like first day of school
Yeah.
video type thing.
Yeah, like a
because-
little video and.
Or even before that, because they're loading the bus.
Well, and I have said this, and I don't know that we can do it or afford it, but with our CARES Act, I just think, at least for the first week or so, we should have monitors on every bus. Like, I
that
just
would be
think we
nice.
should.
Well, it's
because-
who's delivering that instruction, because it's so
Right.
important for all these safety instructions to be given out and practiced so that kids learn and practice the right behaviors. If we just say this is in place and the directions will be given, that can be lost in the mix of everything. So Jane, I'd have to agree with you on that, just because routine is so important in this right now in what we're dealing with. And I think I just want to make sure we know who's in charge and who's in charge of this specific information and how is it being delivered to the students before they get on for that first day.
Well, and I know, as a parent, I don't want that bus driver, like Wendy's trying to do right now to see me, turn around and say, put your mask on. You know, and then you're in the ditch.
Yep.
Because their street is not wide enough for a bus driver to look at masks.
I also think importantly on the training, not even just for little kids, the kids that are already used to riding the bus in a
Yep.
different manner. So it's important. Could I ask you a question? I don't even know if it's related to, it would be if we're doing this, but is Telstone putting any hand sanitizer dispensers on the buses? Is that an option?
I don't know if they're going on the buses that are gonna have like. the
Because I think that could
stations,
become
the
part
regular
of,
pumps
like,
there.
everyone sanitizing when they're getting on and when they're getting off. So is that something that could be looked into?
Yep.
Yeah, I do know that, I do know that Matt's doing a whole, like, bus, I know that they've been working really diligently on that, and that was the whole.
I mean, that's really their first in the morning. You know, we're gonna have them do it when they walk into a classroom, but what about the getting there?
Well, and also the bus driver or the monitor or someone asking before the child even gets on the bus, how you feeling today?
What did you send in your survey?
Yeah.
How you feeling? You know, check your temp, whatever, how you feeling?
So are there any proposals to add to this language, or we're just saying like procedurally things have to be in place?
There'll be a whole procedure section.
Oh, there will, okay.
Yeah.
From that.
Yeah. I think we thought we were gonna get it in here, but I guess we didn't.
We have a heading, we're just waiting for.
Yeah, that's right. We have a hole. All right, so as the motion is written though, are we good? Are we, any more discussion on that? Good. Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of EEAE as read, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions. All right.
Proposal to amend policy KI, visitors to the school. The district shall limit any non-essential visitors and shall prohibit volunteers with the exception of emergency personnel and/or school resource officers and activities involving external groups and organizations. The superintendent shall develop visitor protocols along with procedures for parents/guardians who may need to drop off pickup students during the school day. Any discipline meetings, IEP meetings, and 504 meetings, and other meetings between staff and visitors/families should be held remotely to the greatest extent possible. However, if parents and guardians are unable to engage in required meeting remotely, socially distanced in-person meetings may be held. Parents/guardians should be escorted from the main office to the meeting location. General parent meetings include parent-teacher conferences, and meet the teacher nights will be scheduled virtually until further notice.
Second.
Any discussion? I know this is difficult for some, but this is really saying no volunteers in the school. And it's also no, MESPA meetings or, it's like nobody else in the school unless you're an employee and a student. Staff or students.
May I just ask?
Yeah.
Has this been part of the conversation with teachers, that the requirement would be a parent-teacher conference, meet the teacher remotely? Is that part of the contract language?
We've had discussion about the volunteers, like we've talked about on that side of it. We haven't talked about parent-teacher conferences.
Okay.
Can I ask if they end up, we haven't gotten to recess yet, but if they needed volunteers for recess and they were outside, would that fall under this policy, or because they're outside the building, are they allowed?
Would probably be best to keep that out of it.
Yeah, we've said none. We've said no volunteers, so, if that means we have to hire like more subs during this process or, You know, we just really have to we need to identify who's in the building, when they're in the building, how they're, you know, and every staff person who enters has to swipe, and so we have that record, you know, like trying to track, did you come in on Wednesday, or I didn't come in, or you know, just like no volunteers really means, from my perspective, needs to mean no
I
volunteers.
think the less traffic, the better,
Sadly.
unfortunately, yeah.
Any other discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of KI, visitors to the school, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I propose a new policy. EBCFA, face masks. The Blackstone Millville Regional School District is committed to providing a safe environment as schools reopen during the COVID-19 pandemic. According to public health experts, one of the best ways to stop the spread of coronavirus and to keep members of our school community safe is the use of face masks or face coverings. Therefore, in accordance with guidance from the Center for Disease Control, CDC, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, DESE, and the Massachusetts Department of Public Health, DPH, the following requirements are in place until further notice. A face covering that fully covers the nose and mouth must be worn by all individuals in school buildings, on school grounds, and on school transportation, even when social distancing is observed. Individuals may be excused from the requirement for the following list of reasons per CDC guidance. The individual has trouble breathing, is unconscious, is incapacitated, cannot remove the mask or face covering without assistance. In addition, masks or face coverings will not be required for anyone who has a medical, behavioral, or other challenge making it unsafe to wear a face mask or face covering. A written note from a physician is required for a requested exemption. Parents may not excuse their child from the face mask requirement by signing a waiver. Additionally, face masks or face coverings will not be required when appropriate social distancing is enforced. During mask breaks, while eating or drinking, during physical education classes, while outside. Exceptions to this policy under certain circumstances, such as for students with medical, behavioral, other challenges who are unable to wear masks, must be approved by the building principal in consultation with the school nurse or local board of health. Face shields or physical barriers may provide an alternative in some instances. A student's mask or face covering is to be provided by the student's family. Staff members are responsible for providing their own face coverings. However, the district will supply disposable face coverings for individuals who arrive at a building or board school transportation without one. If students are in violation of this policy, the building principal will consult with the parent guardians to determine whether an exception is appropriate, or the student may be removed from the school building for in-person learning until such time as they can comply with the requirement or the requirement has been lifted. Violations of this policy by staff will be handled in the same manner as other violations of school committee policy. Visitors in violation of this policy will be denied entry to the school/district facility. The policy will remain in place until rescinded by the school committee. Legal reference Commonwealth of Massachusetts COVID-19 Order Number 31 with the link. References Center for Disease Control and Prevention, considerations for wearing masks, link provided. Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education reopening guidelines, link provided. Commonwealth of Massachusetts Mask Up Mass, link provided. That's a thing.
Is there a second? Tara. All right. Tara, you have something, and then Aaron, do you want to say something? Did you want to change?
I just want to clarify so that there's no questions later. I just want to know how we word it. I know it says face coverings that cover nose and mouth. I've definitely seen them out there that have holes in them. People have like homemade, like crochet, or like come with some mesh like. I just don't want those to be allowed in, and do we need to update, like, beef up that wording, or do we think our wording is okay?
So Tara did bring that to my attention, and I said we have to be careful not to say that have holes, because the N95 masks have the little thing and it has holes in it. It goes through a filter, but it has holes. So you can't just say it doesn't have holes.
But there must be something going on right now with our teenagers, because in the last week, I've heard from my kids, Mom, there's these new mesh masks, and they're not, and I don't mean mesh like Nike dry fit, like, I mean, like.
Madonna glove mesh.
Fishnet mask?
Yeah, fishnet.
As a face covering, and it's not. It's more like a spider web.
Is there something that says meet the requirements of, like, what a face mask should be?
So I went through CDC today to try to clarify it, and the only thing I found was, they said, the masks recommended here are not surgical masks or respirators, such as N95. But other than that, I couldn't find anything like really deep.
So it almost needs to say something like suitable to
prevent
prevent
droplets from escaping.
Solid
Something like that.
solid masks.
So there was something that said that it has to be at least 2 layers, and now they've changed that and said three layers.
3 layers?
I don't like that.
But then also
Passing
yesterday,
out.
yesterday in the news, like JetBlue, there's face mask you can buy that has like a little breathable thing that's not a filter. And JetBlue has said that you are not allowed to wear those
Well,
on our airplane.
And some people did the one where you got the flap to put your straw in or whatever, you know. Tanya, if you just want to pull a chair up to that or whatever, but, so you don't have to keep standing up. Fully.
Well, I think fully covers the whole concern, right?
Yeah.
So if
That's
it's
what I
not-
thought.
It's a
That's why I
fishnet on
added
your
that
face.
word.
It's not fully covering.
It's
your
not
face.
fully covering, so.
It's a fishnet. It's not.
It's a
you know,
fishnet.
Yeah,
That's what it
losing
is.
our
Fully covers, but nothing is allowed.
You shouldn't be able to see your
Fully
mouth.
covers
or
mean
your
you
nose.
shouldn't be able to see it.
Fully
That's right.
covered, so nothing is allowed to
You know?
escape.
No one should see
No
your face.
droplets.
I think fully covered would cover it,
Would
Yeah.
cover it.
I think so too.
Okay.
literally.
All right. Aaron, you had something.
And maybe you said this, I'm really trying hard to listen. But in here, it says students will bring a clearly labeled bag or container to store their mask. Did you read that?
No.
So-
Here?
Not in this part.
No, that's in the other. That's over here.
I understand, but
Oh.
should we make it a part of the policy that's happening?
So I would.
It needs to be on the supply list. It needs to be, like, there has to be a clean place for them to.
So the group that debated it really well, because some people said if you put it in a plastic bag, then you're spreading the germs around. Some people have those lanyards and you link it to the lanyard and then so it doesn't go on the ground. Some people said you put it upside down on your desk. Some people said you can't put it in plastic. And somebody recommended getting the McDonald's cheeseburger boxes and having them on the desk and then put them in the cheeseburger box and then you open the cheeseburger box. I mean, I think you can recommend it as something people can do and also, have a second mask like recommended. But I
But
think
we
as
have
far
in
as the
here that-
policy,
Yeah, for here we have that for lunch and for mask break. DESE provides the guideline that the kids are given a paper towel to lay it down on.
Are we providing?
Are mask breaks in their classroom?
yeah, because they're 6 feet apart.
I mean, honestly, when I read this, I'm not making, I think the McDonald's thing is funny, but the first thing I thought of.
I would have
was
hoped
maybe
mask breaks were outside.
plastic pencil.
Not in their
Like that
classrooms.
you buy for $1 at.
That you can sanitize.
Yeah, I think
You
it's.
can wipe it every night.
We'll ask
That
if
would be
that needs to be discussed now or
Yeah, I
later.
think, well, so and we had nurses who didn't agree. Like the 2 nurses were like, blah, blah. But I think their thing was if you put it into anything that you then close it around. So a pencil case, a Ziploc bag, a whatever, and you put it in there and now it's closed, then anything that's on your mask is now going all the way around. As opposed to what you're trying to keep out is this stuff that's out here. So this stuff is your own breath. But this stuff out here, so putting it into
So the reason
Airtight
the cheeseburger
container?
thing was mentioned is because then you can just toss it afterwards. But that's the same.
So why not just throw your mask out? Oh,
Right.
you mean when you take the mask back out of it?
Right.
Oh, I thought you
Yeah.
put it in there and throw it.
But that's the same thing as laying it down on a piece of paper towel.
How many
What the heck would you
cheeseburger,
have?
how many cheeseburger containers are you
We
having?
didn't know who was providing that. That's why the cheeseburger thing went out the
we are
window.
not buying cheeseburger
So,
containers.
no, well, we thought they would donate them. Somebody thought they would donate. I don't know, but it was a mom.
I gotta find
you know,
LPNs,
people were
bus
helping, guys.
monitors.
People were helping.
Coming up with
It was a
ideas.
really good group. People were really helping, but,
No, but she said paper towels, so.
so that's why the second mask. So if you take your mask off for lunch, then that mask goes in your, backpack and you put your new fresh, clean one on after lunch. That was the idea for the second, but I don't know. But I think our policy just needs to say you're responsible for providing the mask.
So then my next question was around the guidance given for arts, chorus, band, theater, dance, visual arts. So it's a very strict policy if you don't have your mask on, if you're not eating, drinking. I don't remember, you said eating, drinking,
Eating,
or
drinking
mask break.
during phys ed class and while outside.
So it's saying phys ed class, so the guidance for singing, musical theater, and using brass or woodwind instruments outdoors, masks are encouraged if possible, but I think do we need to be that specific?
You could change your policy, so if instead of just specific to PE, so that it covers band, chorus, any class outside. The guidance is that masks are still encouraged, but as long as they're 10 feet away, then you don't have to have a mask outdoors only.
So you
Right.
could take out, I don't think you can take out during physical education, because if you have that distance.
I think we're missing these other.
But can you take it off with band if you're inside? No, you can't have
Oh,
band
you can't have band inside, but
So
are
it
you?
already says
And we
outside.
are getting tense, correct? So,
Yep.
I think it's already been said a few times, but I think if band and chorus, when they're happening, they're going to be outside. I just want to make sure they're covered to be able to take their mask.
Well, they are, because it's
While outside.
But then what about PE? Isn't PE supposed to be outside?
Yeah, but
Then
if
why
you
is
can-
that here if we already have while
you can
outside?
distance them inside,
To 10 feet.
and you can distance them 10 feet,
Mm-hmm.
they can take their mask off.
Good luck with that.
That's not what it said in here.
Yeah, I don't think that.
That's not what it said in here.
I
didn't see
What page is it
I
on?
don't know why it's in there, came to us. I don't know.
When the teacher walks outside and they're in tent and they don't have their mask on, I just don't want it to be a problem for.
So we can take out during physical
I
education.
just want to add to it.
The only time,
Hey,
this
you
is
can't.
right from the document, the only time for PE, Desi says that you can be without mask is outside
Right.
10 feet.
Right.
Oh,
So we should take
If you're
out,
within
So we should
6
take
feet
out-
outside, you have to have mask. If you're
Yeah.
indoors, you have to have mask and be 6 feet.
Yeah.
right,
So I think we should take out PE, and it just says while outside. So
Right.
That covers band, it covers PE, it covers anybody if they're outside.
right. That's what I was saying. Now, I have to go back to mask breaks.
I was just thinking that.
Why are we doing any of this if we're gonna have them all take their masks off
In
and
the
breathe
classroom.
deeply inside the classroom? Shouldn't they be going outside for their mask breaks? Somewhere.
Anywhere.
Even in the rain, man. I'm personally not okay with them breathing deeply
Where are
in a
you
classroom.
where are you reading this?
I am reading on your policy form right
Yeah,
now
but where?
that says
No, where?
during mask
Where?
breaks.
When it
Or where?
says, additionally, face masks or face coverings will not be required when appropriate social distancing is enforced during
During
mask
periods.
breaks.
Yeah, so 6 feet apart indoors in your classroom isn't going to be the right
Everybody immediately.
spacing.
Okay, so what is the difference
But that's when
between going like this, which I have done throughout this meeting to drink my water or whatever,
Yep.
and a student eating lunch? What is the difference?
So you have to eat.
Well, I have to drink.
Yeah?
Well, I think you also.
But you
have
can get up
8
and take a
people
mask
doing
break
it.
outside.
Don't you
There
have
is
8
that
people
option.
doing it, or 13 people doing it at once?
Yeah.
With a mask break, everybody's.
Yeah, because
Like,
when I
you
take
can
this thing off, I am taking a deep breath.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Are we assuming mask breaks are happening in the classroom?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why are they on here if not?
Why are we assuming that?
I don't know.
I thought we just said
Because
that.
the chair has kind of
That's where
mentioned
they
that a
would-
couple of
'cause
times.
Well, what did we say, Tanya, for
If they'd
mask
be
breaks?
inside?
We did just ask.
Mask breaks, we did not think we were going to be outside.
Well,
I think they have to be
I think this is where
outside.
the standard gets more than what the regular life is happening. When I go to a restaurant,
You take it off.
Wendy's sitting at that table, I'm sitting at that table, I'm allowed to take off my mask.
Right, but I haven't been going to restaurants, and my kids haven't been going to restaurants, and I'm sending them to school. Under the assumption that it's going to be
Choice
to a
versus-
higher standard.
Choice versus,
Yeah.
expected. Choice versus.
I think they're going to need to go outside anyway, so why wouldn't a mask be
A change of scene.
a change of scenery?
So,
I think that's gonna just really be a scheduling.
Yeah, I mean, if
It'll be
you're
a
taking a
scheduling
whole,
nightmare.
how often, I mean, I think there's a lot of pushback that we're saying they have to wear a mask for 6 hours. So for those people, they want more frequent mask breaks than not. And you cannot take a whole class out, I mean, a whole class outside every hour and think you're gonna get the amount of time on learning. That, I mean, for a first grade class, I mean, that's just not gonna happen.
I was trying to
We're gonna
find it.
lose it somewhere.
page 9.
So on page 8 of the initial DESI fall school opening,
We don't have that.
so right, so everything we made for the appendix, we used everything that came out from DESI. So it took me a while because there's like 7 documents now. So if you go to the initial fall school reopening guidance, on page 8, under masks and face coverings, the 4th bullet says, mask breaks should occur throughout the day. Breaks should occur when students can be 6 feet apart and ideally outside or at least with the windows open. Further guidance on mask breaks, including duration, frequencies, forthcoming, but don't think they have released anything since then. I do know, at least for me, and I'm pretty sure all the other principals, we're making sure any teachers who had interior classrooms will have a classroom with windows. So, so that they can always be open.
But that's in the COVID policy too. It says breaks will occur when students can be at least 6 feet apart and ideally outside or with a window open. Cohorts should not be intermingled during mask breaks. Proper removal and placement of masks when outside and 6 feet apart. And it references with that.
That's in our procedure addendum.
That's in
Addendum.
the,
Yeah, that's in our addendum. Yeah, the discussion has always included mask breaks.
I'm not against mask breaks.
I agree.
I'm against them inside.
Well,
it should be.
it doesn't say they have to be all done together, though. Maybe they say everybody with the last name of A, you get a break now, and then everybody, so then maybe it's
Well,
one.
why wouldn't it be their cohort together? Like, the teacher would say, we're gonna have a mask break right now.
But that's what Sarah's saying, all
Sarah's
14
concerned about that.
taking off their
No,
mask
I'm
at the
saying
same
that they
time.
can-
You're
why
saying
can't
go
they just
outside.
walk a lap around the school outside?
Remember,
Well,
it's
but-
not a full class. It's 12 kids.
Exactly. That one teacher can take 12 kids outside around the building without their masks on.
That's great, except the point, just know that's gonna impact your time on learning.
Correct.
If you're doing that every hour,
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
And if every teacher
hour?
decides to do that, then you have 300 kids passing in the
They
hallway.
have to actually schedule these
Yeah,
breaks
yeah.
throughout for
What's
everyone.
what's the language what's the specific language that we're hung up on?
Additional face masks or face coverings will not be required when appropriate social distancing is enforced during mask breaks.
That's the part we're hung up on?
I guess, yeah.
but those same kids are gonna be eating in class without their
Yeah.
mask.
That's
guess
what I say.
That's what I was.
So what's the
Can't we
difference?
just add outside when?
Which will be held outdoors.
It says when appropriate social distancing is enforced. So if the
Inappropriate
kids
social-
are closer than that, or not paying attention, they don't get the
They
mask
doing
break.
it.
Without masks, it's what, 10 feet?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't do it with 12 kids inside.
No, 6
It's
feet.
six.
6
feet.
feet.
No, without. It's recommended 6 feet,
6 feet.
possible 3 feet.
For mask break,
10
the
feet
kids
was
should
Jim.
just be sitting there. No one's jogging in place, no one's playing an instrument, no one's doing anything except taking the mask off and not having anything on your face for a few minutes.
And hold your breath.
So it only needs to be 6. I mean, you don't necessarily need to be going with your mouth wide open.
But those kindergartners are gonna be doing that.
Seven.
No, I think it could be more of a judgment call when it gets to the younger grades. But the 6 feet is when it has to do with specific classes that do produce more respiration as opposed to just
Yeah.
taking a break in class and everybody is 6 feet. It does say that it's 6 feet, so you couldn't go be less than the 6 feet and have a 3 feet spacing like they said in the guidance.
And take a
as well.
mask break,
Yeah.
right.
But am I correct in saying they're eating in the same classroom?
Well, right now they
Right
are.
now?
Yep.
Okay.
Under the current
So, but
proposal.
I think to Sarah's
Then
point.
why are
that
we
if they-
having them wear masks at all?
So would you be
Well-
more comfortable if it said, when possible, outside? For adding that to the sentence?
But I think it says that, doesn't it?
It says appropriate
So in this
social
it says it.
distancing.
It doesn't say outside.
It says it.
It says while outside, so if you take
Ideally
the ma-
outside or
I think
with
that's more of
windows.
a procedure, whatever, that's in the weeds. When you say preferably take the mask breaks outside or stagger it even more with your 13 kids in front of you, where 5 take it off at a time and then put it,
Are they
I
gonna
don't know.
snack in the classroom? Because it could just be a mask break at snack and a mask break at lunch. If they're eating again, like if,
That's the question, are they
I
having?
mean, I don't
snacks?
know. Are they allowed water bottles?
yeah, we're doing.
And what happens when they drink?
If
From
they're
their water
6
bottle.
feet apart from each other, it is supposed to be the appropriate distance to be able to do the
Not
things that
supposed to
everybody's
carry.
mentioning.
Right.
To be able to take
But I
your
guess like
mask off
Sarah
to
said,
have
if
your
that's the
drink.
case, why do they have to have men on call?
Yeah.
Because
Keep going to this.
it reduces 5 hours and 45 minutes of it.
Yeah, it's less.
I mean,
Concentration wise.
the concentration wise, right. The diffusion is
That's what you're
less.
talking about, right?
Like, I almost feel like bad taking a sip of water at this point.
Maybe you need a straw and you just kind of sip it under.
So this policy says that they have to wear face masks unless when appropriate social distancing during it doesn't say indoor, outdoor, otherwise it's like if they're taking a mask break, that's one time they don't have to wear a mask. If they're eating or drinking, they don't have to wear a mask. If they're outside, they don't have to wear a mask. That's what the policy says. The procedure, we may
Dig
talk
deeper.
about how they do mask breaks or how they do whatever.
Mhm.
The policy is just saying if they have a mask break, they don't have to wear their mask.
Right.
But what's going to stop them from saying it's a mask break? Like, if that's the case, so I
Well-
don't know if it's a fair comparison, but
It's a scheduled mask break.
in Disney, they reopened, and a week after, exactly a week into it, they changed their policy. You cannot walk and eat or drink because people were walking around saying without their mask on, and when they were told, because they're really enforcing it, they were told to put their mask on, they would say, I'm drinking, I'm taking a drink. You have to stop and eat or drink now. You cannot walk and eat or drink. And it was, so I don't think any of our teachers are going to do that, but I'm just saying, to say you have to be that specific because it's this serious, maybe we need to be that specific.
But I think that's a procedural thing.
Mhm.
That's a
Yeah.
Disney procedure.
Can you add the word schedule? That's not necessarily procedural.
During a scheduled mask break?
Yeah.
So kids, I can understand in middle school, oh, I'm thinking,
You can't just
It's
randomly
not gonna be
take
the little
a
Right,
kids.
right, decide they're
Mhm.
taking one in the middle of class.
And you'll have a lot of
Yeah,
random
scheduled
masks
mask break.
Right.
There you go.
during scheduled or teacher approved.
Yeah, or
mask
teacher
break.
specified.
Mm-hmm.
Teacher
What?
Teacher
Teacher
specified.
directed,
Teacher directed,
Staff directed.
staff
staff directed.
directed.
Sure.
There you go.
During, do we want scheduled staff directed or just
Just
staff
staff
directed?
directed, because that would cover a schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, scheduled would just be more if they're trying to take them out.
Yeah.
I hate to say that I have a question.
Put your mask on, Tammy.
In the above paragraph of, oh my God, I'm losing my mind.
The fully covered?
Must be worn by all individuals in school buildings on school grounds. What does on school grounds actually mean in the respect of this?
So I'm a parent and I'm coming to pick up my kid. And I walk out to, and I think we're going to eliminate this anyway, but I walk out to be in the parent pickup line. At MES, the parents used to stand out in the front. If I'm standing on the school grounds, I got to have a mask on.
Oh, you're outside.
That was my point.
Yeah, but it's
Not if you're
not
not-
guaranteed that I'm 6 feet away from
Right,
you or
okay.
you or you or you or you or you.
But I just think it's, what's the word I'm looking for?
Contradictory?
Contradictory to outside.
Right.
So I'm
Maybe
thinking
that's
like,
why
I'm up
kids
at the track, I have to wear a mask because I'm on school grounds?
Right.
Yes or no?
The way that-
The way that but I'm outside, so
But
one
that's why it
paragraph
says
says
In or around
yes.
the buildings? In
I don't
or
know,
around the
I just
facility?
think it's
But that's why I'm saying we
contradictory.
should add ban, not take away phys ed,
So
because
here you go. I rode the bus. I had my mask on the bus. I get off the bus. I can take my mask off to walk into school?
Mask
No.
break.
Right, we don't want them.
No, I'm on school grounds. I'm wearing my mask.
There is no
then it
mask break.
contradicts the outside piece where we just
Well,
eliminated
no, but
phys ed.
but that says exceptions when social distance is enforced. So there's a teacher there saying, you're all 6 feet apart, we're all good, you can take your mask off now.
Inside or outside?
Outside.
But we just deleted phys ed because it says outside.
Actually, that sentence that Tammy just read, school grounds and on school transportation, even when social distancing is observed. So we're saying we have to have it on even when,
Yeah, so this is where Tammy and I went back and forth last night. I don't know, maybe 11 o'clock at night or whatever. But it was like, because we say you can't do it and then we say later there's exceptions to it. And it's just really weird the way that, I mean, this is not, none of us wrote this. Like we're
And it's gonna
taking,
change probably next week, and there's gonna be more.
I know, that's why I wonder if we should be hung up on this to
so,
the
you know,
degree
but the thing is, it's like, unless you're being supervised, unless you're having, you know, that we can verify the distance,
Mask up.
our expectation, and this is the message we want to be very clear. I think this is to Sarah's point. Our expectation is you have a mask on your face.
Mask up. Unless the teacher said you can take it off, mask up.
You know, so once you hit those school grounds, or once you hit that school property, or once you, so if you're up at the track, you know, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you wouldn't be, that'd be after school anyway. That wouldn't be school. I don't know. That's a bad example.
I'm just saying, I mean, I'm thinking like you're sitting at standing outside your car waiting for your kid to come. Do I wear a mask?
Yes.
Yes,
Even though I'm not near anyone and I'm
Yes.
outside?
yes.
Okay.
But just like
Maybe
on
restaurants,
school property, put the
if
mask on.
you've paid attention, restaurants now are saying when you come through our drive up, put your mask on.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I put
Yeah.
my window up.
put your mask on. If
So
you're
do we
gonna,
take
you know,
while outside off? I'm just saying it's contradictory. So if we're gonna go, you need to wear a mask anytime you're on school property, inside, outside, in between, whatever that means, then we have to take out the language of while outside because
Yeah, but that says, it says, will not be required when appropriate social distancing is enforced. It makes the exception.
but the other one says even when socially distanced.
Is observed, not enforced. Enforced assumes a staff member is allowing you to take your mask off. Observed is like two parents standing 6 feet apart, but you know what, still wear your mask because here comes the third parent, and now, oh, he's between you two and you're 3 feet apart. And
But then you're not doing it. Then you're not.
That's the
I
point.
think we
don't
should
know.
want to keep it simple and just wear a mask.
Yeah.
Keep it.
Until.
'Cause otherwise, we're going to get into those
Right.
wars. We're
Yeah.
going to get into the wars with the person that shows up that doesn't have it, that it violates Erin's social distancing, or mine, or Jill's, or somebody else's, and they're standing a foot away from us, and they're breathing all over everybody because they don't believe in masks. We are not getting into the mask war.
I kick minimum.
Put it
I
on.
don't want to see kids,
Daily.
high schoolers getting in trouble because they were walking from one place to another, and that's who we're gonna enforce it on, I guess. So kids are gonna wear them, and
They have to wear them as soon as they get out of their
have to wear 'em
car.
as soon as they get out of their car.
Mhm.
So that just needs to be how it is.
Yep.
But I also don't
To-
want
Take out while
the
outside.
wind ensemble to be outside in their tent and have someone else come out, and granted, there's a teacher there, but telling them they have to have a mask on because they're on school property.
But if they have a
So-
teacher with them, how would that happen?
Well, it's,
That's the
Why is
teacher-directed
that
mask
different?
Correct.
thing.
Why is it different if you don't have a mask on for band, but you have a mask on for the car? Like, what?
Because they're playing a flute.
I know, but you're not.
Can't play a
near
flute with a
anybody at
mask
your-
on.
They're
I
blowing
understand that,
directly
but
into it.
I'm saying if I'm at my car, I'm not near anybody else, but I need to wear a mask. But if I'm under a tent with 20 people playing the flute, I don't need it.
You can't play a flute.
I'm more saying the car thing is more ridiculous.
I can't, we're saying that we need a responsible population. And being a responsible person in COVID-19 means you wear a mask. And so it's like I mean, we're starting to sound like the people in the 70s and 80s before you were all born who said, you can't tell me I have to wear a seatbelt. You know, that's my own protection. That's my own safety. I'm sitting in my own car. I don't have to wear a seatbelt.
I think we just want it to be clear.
It needs to not contradict it.
But, I mean, a lot of it's gonna just keep changing because
Yes,
it's not clear.
it is.
So I feel like
it's contradictory. And I think the other thing is that it doesn't follow anybody's guideline. Whose guideline does it say that you need to wear a mask if you're social distanced outside? That's not a CDC thing. It's not a Department of Ed. Who's, like, we're just creating that.
Well, the Department of Ed says you have to be 10 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Because you know what happens? I'm telling you what's going to happen. So look at it from a practical perspective. This is where the great mask divide comes into play. You have two people that wear them because they're worried, and the one person that doesn't is going to roll up on those two people with no mask, and it's going to cause an uncomfortable, awkward situation because he didn't have to put one on when he got out of the car because we don't require it. That's how this happens. It's
So we're probably going to put signs when you're entering
masks
the property.
required. Yeah, Tammy, I hear what you're saying. I'm just looking at the other scenario. That it's just we're either going to do it or we're not going to do it. And we said we were going to do it.
And we did.
So we're taking out while outside. Is that what we're agreeing on?
No. Because to Jack's point, if we are supervising the group and we are saying it's a break and we are saying you are outside and we are saying you are far enough apart and we're going to maintain that and watch that, then you get that break of being able to take your mask off. Otherwise, you're saying it's on for 6 hours and call it a day.
There are a lot of scenarios in that blurb, I guess is what you're getting at.
We're gonna, like
Here
I
it says
said,
you
we're
can't
not
take it
gonna.
off, but here it says you can take it off. I think
Yeah,
it's gonna be circumstantial.
it's very contradictory. I mean, if I'm a rule follower, I don't know what your rule is.
You're keeping your mask on.
So what if
'cause you
we
never know.
change those paragraphs around? So what if we move the paragraphs? So it says, a face covering that fully covers the nose and mouth must be worn by all individuals in school buildings, on school grounds, and on school transportation. And just leave it at that. However,
I don't know where you are.
face masks or face coverings will not be required when appropriate social distancing is enforced by staff during directed mask breaks, eating, and outdoor recess or school-sponsored activities like band and PE or whatever. And it's in the same. It's in that same paragraph.
Outdoor activities approved by the district.
Include what?
Approved by the district.
Yeah,
That'll cover everything.
and you
And it
combine
says
them
the only
into
reason you shouldn't have your mask on is if somebody told you to take it off.
correct. Correct.
Covers you in any space.
Correct.
I like that.
If you're on the property, you got to have your mask on unless you've been directed
By a
that you now have
employee.
an opportunity to take it off.
So are we taking those bullets out?
Yeah, kind of.
The during, the while eating, and while outside.
So we're rewriting that and we're moving it out of that way. Because then the other things talk about who gets the exemption if you have a physician, and then that follows better, if that makes sense. Unless we're all unconscious, which we might be in a few minutes.
Entering hour 4. It's gonna start getting ugly.
We'll take a vote on that one.
What?
We'll take a vote.
Okay, so moved. Of the
So
amendment?
it now says, it has all the other parts, but it now says a face covering that fully covers the nose and mouth must be worn by all individuals in school buildings, on school grounds, and on school transportation. And says additionally, however,
Unless notified by a school official. Unless otherwise
Okay.
noted by a school official or or school.
Yeah, take
Staff
the rest
member.
of that out.
That's
Unless-
it. Unless
Yep.
notified by a
Authorized or notified?
authorized.
Yeah, authorized.
I'm just picturing me saying, Mrs. Hurd, may I take off my mask? when I get off out of my car at a school committee meeting, I put it on when I get to the door. I don't put it on when I get out of my car. But anyway, it's all good. I'll be a rebel for a couple minutes. Well, you know, at the exit of every day, the kids are just going to be like, they need to breathe. They're going to take it off and they're just going to take this deep breath because it's been on all day. It doesn't matter if you're a senior or a kindergartner they just need to know that
Or a
where the
teacher.
plate or a teacher.
Because we'll be ripping them off right with it. All right,
Did we make a motion for that?
Jane's
Correct.
fixing stuff.
A face covering that fully covers the nose and mouth must be worn by all individuals in school buildings, on school grounds, and on school transportation unless authorized by a school official.
I think you take out that semicolon. Just thought I'd point that out.
Oh, well, I didn't go backwards that far, but yeah, okay. But it seems like there should be a tad bit more, but I think,
It can be amended. We
yeah,
just can prove
exactly.
it.
So we're
It
good?
can be amended.
Any other discussion?
We're trying to make this the longest meeting ever for you.
All those in favor?
so.
Say aye.
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 Believe it or not, we only have one more.
I propose. I propose to amend.
I told you all to bring your pajamas and your pillows.
I propose to amend policy IJOA, field trips, to be, all in-person field trips are suspended until further notice. It is recommended that schools participate in virtual field trips to the extent possible.
Second.
Seconded by Jack. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I have a question.
All those in favor of whatever it is,
Field
I can't even
trips.
see anymore. Is it I or you?
IJOA.
IJOA. Say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, motion passes. Good Lord.
What's next?
Jesse and Tim, I deleted your little chat thing, so if anybody had anything to say, I haven't seen it yet.
They're
but
napping.
it's Okay, we're good. We're moving on. What's next? Oh my God, we're not even
Tanya,
halfway.
you need it anymore? Can we do whatever Tanya needs? She's
57
doing
pages.
this.
She's next. Oh, no, she's not next. Sorry, she's not next.
Can we go on?
Yes, she is
What
next.
does she have? Thank
Yes, she is next. You're next. So she has this, 550,000 page document.
I need an outdoor mask break.
You need an outdoor, do we need a mask break?
Not.
No.
Fine.
No.
No, because if I get up now, I'm not sitting back down. We
I
gotta
need
just
I
belt
need a
this
change
out.
of state.
Hurry.
Keep moving.
All right, so Tanya's committee, which was, I don't even know what the name of the committee was, but,
Virtual
Remote.
and remote.
Remote and physical learning environments.
so essentially became the policy procedure committee. So this addendum that you have will be attached to every handbook, and it will be individually sent in and of itself, not on paper, because that would kill too many trees, but virtually to every family, and there will be things in it that families have to sign off on. Now I think we're going to have two things. Right now we only have one, but two things. So I don't know if you want to just, number one, flip the page. Number two, flip the page. I don't know. What would you like to do?
So if they have any questions, because most of what is in here is not like we just made it up as a committee. We took every single guidance and we also put it as a reference. So I just want to take a second to thank Jane for being on my committee, for the 3 school nurses, Karen Young, Sue Wiggers, and Tracy. If it wasn't for a lot, I mean, especially Karen Young, she's already sent me 2 more things to add. So,
She's been great.
you know, and also I did have 2 parents, and it was great as well because
That really was good.
not just to have parents, but they're actually like in the field, in the medical field. That was Mary Beth Haynes and I wrote Allison Sullivan, but it wasn't.
Hannah?
It was Heather
Heather.
Forensic. And then also the assistant principals of Keith Ducharme and Janice Laporte, and then a teacher, Allison Sullivan. But I just want to thank them because I don't think when we started this, we realized we were coming up with such a lofty document. And so we did say that this would be attached to the handbooks, but the digital version of the handbook, because this just adds so many pages. And while you have it printed, the virtual, I've worked to make it easier. So when hopefully you receive this as a PDF so you could see that you were able to click and go to each one as a hyperlink. And at each one, if you look, just turn to any page and you look in the bottom right-hand corner, it says back to table of contents so that they don't have to scroll all the way back. And you can toggle back and forth and go to the specific sections that you want to read about, or you want to reference, or you want to check. So I think it's more of just if anyone has any questions of what is in here.
The daily health screening, is that a form that is going to be filled out every day? Or
So what kind of happened is a little bit of some of the other subcommittees ended up doing some things as well. So Matt's group was actually talking about this because more from a technical piece. And so for the health screening tool, we're looking for it to be either if it can be on our app or it's a link on the website or some kind of link where they can have access, but that we're asking people to kind of have that copy. And that particular page we would send home so people could post it at home and have a paper version.
But do you think by the end of the school year you'll have 170 for each side? Or
But we're not, that was a discussion that
our
had.
group recommendation and what's in here is not that somebody has to click every day or link it,
Right.
that you sign a community agreement that says, I promise I will check my child every single day. And so there's one piece of paper for every, family.
It would just be it's a little easier at the elementary level when they are changing papers. I know my daughter's school district though, they don't even want staff exchanging papers with the students because you don't know where the paper has been. But when you get to the secondary level, that would just be a logistical nightmare. Even if you take half of the kids coming at once, how are we collecting over 200 pieces of paper? Who's going to verify it? Who's going to look at a Google Doc? We spent time talking about that in that the last page of this document, this is saying, I'm signing off that this is a checklist I'm going to do. However, the district would just provide it to be in numerous places to access. So they've gotten a printed copy, but there's also ways to find it digitally if you've lost the paper copy.
Well, and we also talked about making it a document that is like a refrigerator one. So on one side is this thing that you'll check, but on the other side is, how do I call the principal? How do I call if I need technology help? So it becomes that like refrigerator magnet of, oh crap, Chromebook's not working today. If the superintendent still has his hotline, but those places you need to access all the time, it's all there. And then that policy, that agreement is sitting right in front of it.
I just wanted to ask a quick question. So I know on our website, and Tanya, you and I have had this discussion often, there is a link that certain things that we put on our site can be automatically translated. I'm wondering if this is something, because we do have to make sure that
This
we
whole
have.
booklet will have to get translated.
Yeah, but I'm just saying too that on our site, there's certain things that when they're put on their site, there's actually an option for a family to go on and change it. I'm just wondering if there's a way to do that so it's
The screening
accessible
document.
that
you
way
mean.
too, not just in a paper version. Because we do have some languages that would need to be translated, any documents. But I do know on our site, and I know Tanya, because she's very technologically savvy, we talked about, I don't know if there's an app, you know what I mean, that you've used in the past.
So you can link a document to Google Translate, and then the person picks out the translation they want it to be translated into, but you have to, like your technology people will have to.
Yeah, I think
Just
as long
something
as
to
it's a
think
Google
about.
Doc, they can select that.
Yeah, and it is a Google
Or
Doc.
we just
so.
have the link on there as to the different versions and they can click it and it's all a PDF.
Yeah, it's easier the other way, but okay. Either way, you want to do the work there, Tanya. But anyway, I
Sarah had
really would like to
question.
flip through. I know it'll be quick. But just so people know, we have attendance policies. We do not have the bathroom break, that's being developed on how the bathrooms will be used and cleaned. We do have cafeteria, and right now, we're talking about students eating in their classrooms, but we are looking at other options there as well, so that'll change as we go. And it talks about how they do eat, and they gotta wash their hands before, and they gotta wash their hands after, and they gotta put back on their mask and put away their lunch, and the lunch has to be emptied from the picked up, so it doesn't sit in the room all day, et cetera, et cetera. Students will have to carry around all their personal items in a backpack. They won't have cubbies, they won't have lockers.
And no locker room use at the gym, at the high school or middle school.
And there is, information about,
Is that one that may change when MIAA makes their mind up, or? Yeah, okay.
Right now, the guidance from DESI is to not be using the locker rooms
Yeah.
to be changing.
so,
If MIAA
Yeah.
says that sports are gonna happen and you come and address the kid, I mean,
Well-
either that or they're changing outside the building.
Put on your mask
Pick
and
our
walk to the
battles.
car,
so,
Tim.
so just so you know, in one of the states that we looked up, in one of the states that we looked up that is having sports and sports practice, the kids are sent home and practices must be later, and they come back in gear, and they come back in their uniform if it's a uniform thing. So lots of states have already addressed that, but Massachusetts
Yeah.
has not, and neither has Rhode Island. So we'll wait till they do.
Maybe just wait till we say, yeah.
Yeah. And then there is that whole thing on how you can do art chorus band.
Mm-hmm.
Science lab, no dissecting a pig in groups. And then this is why I wanted to go piece by piece. So section 6, and we'll get this out as soon as we possibly can, is what happens if a student or a staff member is exposed or has a positive test. And it is a 1, 2, 3, 4,
9 protocols.
5, 6, 5-page document with, 9,
I think it's 9 protocols.
7 or 8 protocols.
Isn't this boilerplate from somebody? Or did you guys have to write this?
Jesse?
It's Department of Ed.
Department of,
Okay.
yeah.
Where can people find this document? Because I know that is a big question, and I want to be able to guide
So
them to
after tonight, and we approve how it is, what it is, it needs to be available on the website as soon as we can get it on.
We can put this right up tomorrow.
right, like on the
Email, blast,
Yep,
email.
we
Yeah, there
Yep.
has to be. There should be something. Because I
Agree.
know they want to read this.
Because this is what
This is important.
people
Final,
have to
This
do.
is gonna make a lot of final decisions.
And just understand, it is a work in progress. Like, we don't know how the elevators are going to be used just yet.
Yeah.
But a
And-
lot of this came from Desi. A lot of this came
Yep, it
from.
did.
So
it's not
everywhere
something-
that it all came from, if you go to the second to the last page, because what happened was the nurses were referencing it on different documents they were sharing with me, and then I said, well, that would be great. So all of the references, those are all clickable links, and they can go and read where we got this guidance from.
Great, good, great.
And building entry and dismissal, like how you're going to drop off, how you're going to pick up, is all going to be developed by the principals, so it'll be different for every school. But I will tell you that we will be asking the parents who drive and pick up not to get out of their cars. So there is no stand around, kiss your kid, unbuckle,
No, also no watching to wait to see if they safely enter the building, because
Right.
they still do that in the middle school as well. Like, we need to get them in, get them out. We can't, especially if we're asking for more people to drop their children off.
Yeah.
We don't have time to wait to watch all of them walk into the
so there
building.
They're just making sure they don't take a left turn.
Yeah. So there will be clear guidance. Okay. So here we have face coverings.
I saw you direct that at me, Jane, even through your face mask.
Anything that anything you guys have voted on that fell under policy, I've asked Dr. DeFalco to share with me, and then we will put that piece in as face covering policy, and then the rest of what we have.
Perfect. There's a lot in there.
So here, I mean, it defines mask break and how you remove them and how you sanitize your hand when you do remove them and how you put them back on and.
But it does say when inside and 6 feet apart.
Yep, it does.
It also says in a labeled bag or container.
Yeah.
That's what I was referring to.
Do we
I
need
thought-
to-
I thought we changed that. I don't know. I thought we changed that.
But it contradicts our policy.
Where does it contradict the policy?
It says individuals will need a labeled bag or container.
Students will bring a clearly labeled.
Bag or container to store their face masks, coverings,
Oh, God.
or mask breaks on each.
But our policy didn't say that.
It doesn't say
had-
anything.
Our policy didn't say anything about that, so it doesn't contradict it.
It just enhances the procedure.
Well, it just says it'll be placed on a napkin or paper towel, and
Yeah,
then
but
that
we
you
didn't say anything
could
about
put
that.
it in that.
We talked about it, but
Yeah.
we didn't change it.
We're just gonna ask parents to have two, but you guys can, I don't know. We can change it. We can,
We could also
Can-
bring it back to the subcommittee, Jane, and
Yeah,
so once
we're meeting again,
once
right?
the policy's there, we can say, is there anything in this policy that we need to change our procedures based on what we have as a policy? I haven't set up a next meeting, but I feel like it will be,
and I also know that the
Throughout.
nurses talked about making videos of how to put on your mask, how to take off your mask.
we do already have.
They're already
Mrs.
out there.
They're already there? Oh.
Well, and I
not
do
big
know
hours.
that Mrs. Sullivan, who's the OT PT or one of those at MES, she's made like a little diagram of like she has the diagram. We have stuff like that already to share. We're just
Yeah.
didn't share it yet.
Do we need to add language here to say upon authorization of whatever we put in the policy?
No, that's inside.
I don't know, it's not paged. The face coverings, mask breaks. I don't know, there's a lot of pages.
So where it
that
says
look like-
breaks will occur when students can be at least 6 feet apart and ideally outside or with the windows open when authorized by staff. We do need to say that.
Right, okay.
Where did,
Oh, no, one's for staff.
It's on, so under face coverings, number 9, it's on page 2, under, where it says mask breaks. And then breaks will occur when students can be at least 6 feet apart, ideally outside or with the windows open and authorized by,
So you need to add that policy language there.
yeah,
Because then that will take care of the rest.
yep, exactly.
Definitely remove the students will bring a clearly labeled bag or container to store their face.
So we can say recommend. Where,
Students
what,
will be recommended.
yeah,
They probably should have something for it based on.
I mean,
Like
I don't know
language
that
here
we
and
have
put
in
them on
here.
the
I
graphic.
thought you just said you didn't want them to do it because it's property.
Yeah.
well, again, this was a big, huge debate in our, it was like a debate, we couldn't get even people
But the
to,
parent sits down and reads this, and it caught my eye right away, and they're going to be like, oh, I need to get something. So then they're gonna send it in on the first day, and they're gonna think their kid's using it, but we're not enforcing that.
well, no, but it says, once removed, masks will be placed on a napkin or paper towel with the inside of the mask facing up, or placed in it. So it doesn't say you have to place it in it.
On the very top,
But at the top, the way it's written, it seems like you have to.
Yeah.
the top of that same page, Jane, the fifth bullet down, says students will bring a clearly labeled bag or container to store their.
So we can say may bring instead of will.
Sure, may.
But I think in the end, Jane, I think in our subcommittee, the preference was that they had 2 different masks.
Correct, it was. And
What
I
are they
don't,
doing with the dirty one when they switch to the clean one?
so whatever bag the clean one is in, they take the clean one out, put the dirty one
Okay,
in,
not
and it
just
goes
like
home.
throw it.
But we
willy-nilly
also had a
in the backpack
discussion
and
about
hope for the
needing
best.
clearly labeled disposals for those who have disposable masks that are just gonna throw them away.
Right.
This still needs work, clearly.
Yeah, that's a lot of teaching.
At least we're letting them remove them to eat.
All right, moving
They
on.
can't have lunch.
We know that needs work,
Breaks.
that has to go back to the committee.
We're short in the day, we're on it now.
Flu clinic, are we requiring that everybody has to have a flu shot?
We can't do that, can we?
We
can't.
didn't say
Can't
that.
require-
Can't do that.
Be changing my
So we're
mind.
just gonna provide the clinics, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're already setting those up.
And we will have lots of hand sanitizer, hand washing stations, how you wash your hands, how you, before you're allowed to touch food, you have to wash your hands. After you go to the bathroom, you have to wash the hand. Da, 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 da. The protocols for visiting the nurse, like in the high school, young people might walk down in pairs because, young ladies tend to not be able to walk alone. It's a rule of life. Well, now they have to walk alone, or they have to.
Unless they're ready to pass out.
The healthcare provider letter would be the letter that they would require for the doctor to be filling out that it's an okay to return back to school. Number 14 should be on the next page, so I'll fix that formatting error.
So, when not to send them and what we do with staff who have these things. The fever temperature, if you have a temperature of over 100.3, don't come. If they're waiting in the isolation room, what will happen there? Who's going to talk to them? Because, like we said, we don't want to leave somebody sitting there by themselves. If you travel out of state or out of the lower risk states, you are required to quarantine for 14 days, which means if you're a student, you do remote learning. It doesn't mean you get a 14-day vacation.
With the exception of work. If you live in Rhode Island and work in Massachusetts, you can come to work.
Well, we learned tonight. What is it? Work? What did you tell me?
Doctor's appointments.
Work,
Right.
medical.
And
or-
school.
Or school.
Yeah.
But now again, I'm going to bring up the same question. What about kids who live on the border and have activities in the other states, such as sports? Hockey, you must occasionally go into Rhode Island.
For hockey kids over the Valentine.
Or dance. What are you doing with those kids?
I thought it was if you were there for more than 24 hours, too.
It's not specified. It's not specified. They're
We're not
looking to
doing
change
anything
that.
with them. That's outside of school time.
Right.
They're not doing it as a school
Right, but
thing.
if you're saying if they travel to those states, they have to quarantine. They're traveling to those states. Right? Didn't you just say that?
So we'd have to switch to be remote students if.
They'd have to be
Every time they go to a game or practice, they have to be
We would-
remote for 2 weeks?
They'd have to
just
be remote.
Well,
permanently.
They have
that's
to be remote permanently.
Have the hybrid option.
that's why we're waiting for what MIAA is going to say when it comes to sports.
But these wouldn't be MIAA.
Yeah,
These are just private.
So I mean, I don't know if we have to say it in here, but we clearly have to have a regulation with Massachusetts and Rhode Island. Because
Yeah,
the
you
plain
can't
fact
do
of the
that.
matter is, we can't,
I mean, I agree with that. I'm just
I mean,
playing devil's advocate.
So we just have to wait for state clarification.
There's
yeah.
soccer teams, there's
And I think they're
basketball,
already
there's
trying to clarify.
hockey,
Yeah.
there's dance, there's
You have to.
gymnastics, and we're all on the border.
Yeah, but they
That would
can,
be
but
every
every
day.
time they go to dance, you're gonna have them take a test
And wait
and wait 48 hours.
No, you just said if you travel into those states.
Oh, yes, it's in here.
You said
It's in
14
here.
days of quarantine, but
Yeah,
it's
it's in here.
also or.
A negative
14
test.
days of quarantine or the negative test.
Well,
Until you
but you have
receive a
to
negative
quarantine
result.
until you find out if it's a negative.
Negative,
Like
yeah.
while you're
Yes.
waiting, you also have
So
to quarantine.
basically, that still doesn't work.
So it's in there in bold.
So any kid
And
doesn't
that
have to
again
be
is
Rhode Island needs to be
DESI
remote, including all your
recommended
stadiums and
language
everything
there.
else.
Tanya?
Yeah, so the mass travel order, we updated as of what he put in August 1, and that's why this will be a constant changing document, because every time we will change the hyperlink and change the date of the most recent travel order.
And then we talk about PPE, particularly for those students who can't and staff who need to wear gowns and gloves and then we have the pre-screening checklist that parents should do every day. And we had one outdoors. If you walked in, you should have checked those things off and but they'll actually sign the community agreement in the back. What happens if there are cases in the district? And then we have recess. And we said in our last meeting, we didn't talk about recess, and there was a lot of pushback from that. So we have weather permitting, recess will occur outdoors only. During recess, students will not be using any playground equipment nor sharing any equipment. Without masks, recess can occur if students maintain 10 feet of distance between individuals. With masks, recess can occur if students maintain 6 feet of distance.
That was my group. My group brought back recess.
Yeah, we did too.
For that.
And then remote, we did think it was important to put in a few protocols there. The students have to be dressed when they're on the video screen.
I appreciate that a shirt is required, but not pants. Stay seated. Listen, it's going on 5 hours. Okay, 4+. I just had to throw that in.
Do you want it to say pants?
No.
We just felt it was
Debated the
important
pajama
to
bottoms.
specify not just appropriately dressed, but definitely having an appropriate shirt, because there were students who showed up, male students, without shirts.
Or ladies and.
Yeah.
We had that at meetings.
We didn't have that, but my husband
in our
did have
meeting,
a female
saw
student
that.
wanting to get ready
The
to
town
change, and he had
meeting,
to tell her to
there's
turn
a
the camera
town
off.
meeting with
So-
somebody with a shirt on.
Well, and I had a student in my class who decided it was time to use the restroom and forgot to turn the camera on.
Oh.
That's brutal.
We got him in time. It was fine. It was fine. But it was like, where are you going? Why are you going there with your camera on? When should you keep your child home? When we're going to close down school if our numbers go up above? What social distancing even means? That we'll have signs all over the place? There will be information on transitions and how you move through hallways, but it'll be,
Once the all the
Building
principals get it
specific?
specific to me, we will put it in here.
and then the whole thing on volunteers, and then this is where we talk about how visitors come in. So if a kid, I'm using Tara because I've used Aaron enough. Ethan forgets something at school or home and calls you up and says, "Bring it to me." You can't go into the school to give it to him. Like, there's a procedure of how you got to call, and somebody will come get it, and then the secretaries won't touch it, and so forth and so on. So we're recommending that there be drop boxes outside of the school if people have to drop off papers. And if you do have a meeting, like an IEP meeting, you have to report to the office, and then a staff member has to escort you. Like, you can't just walk to, like, if I want to go see Jill, I just can't walk in and go see Jill.
Are the meetings virtual?
But there's an exception if you can't do virtual.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
For IEP meetings, we have to have it.
Yeah, and we've also we've talked to all the principals to move, if in certain circumstances, we need to have a parent come into the building, because in our plan, we are proposing virtual, but you never know, there could be that situation, we have to bring a parent in. We're looking to move all of our meeting spaces close to the door, so parents aren't walking through the hallways, where the kids are going. So we're already working on that.
But anybody who's in the school, who is not a staff or student person in that school, has to have permission, an appointment, and be escorted through the school. And we're also discouraging students to leave school during the school day for appointments. And if parents come to pick them up, they just have to call the office and tell them they're there. They don't come in and sign out their child or whatever, and the child will be escorted out.
If a parent has to make an appointment during school hours instead of dismissing them early, would they be allowed to join remote for the day?
I'm the last person.
No, if they're in a cold,
Oh.
no.
They have
So
their
they
own
can't.
pacing.
Yeah, no.
Okay, just trying to think about ways to
No.
limit
I don't
people
think,
doing
I
that.
mean, orthodontists, they do it all the time. It's always, you have
How
to
is
go
it gonna
during
work
school
if
time.
kids home?
Yeah, they're terrible.
It's
hours.
tough.
Yeah.
I know it's tough. But, beginning of the day, end of the day, and don't come back or whatever. But if you have to pick them up, you can't go in the school to get them. That's the point. And then there's all of the references that link to why we did what we did.
So this can go out? You'll send this out to people?
Well, it needs to be tweaked a little bit.
Yeah, and then we'll post
So
it.
are we even voting on it
Make a
yet?
motion with the amendments we made, or,
Because there's,
because we should get a draft of this
That is
out.
definitely what people are waiting for.
Yeah, they are. Yep.
So I guess it could go out with a a disclaimer that this is a working document.
Yeah.
We can put draft all over the top of it.
All over it.
And, will be changed as committees continue to meet, as guidelines continue to come out. But I guess it could go out that way.
Yeah, I'll send it tomorrow with my PowerPoint.
Can I ask one more question? If you can't join the remote, what about if you're stuck at home waiting for a COVID test, but you're feeling totally healthy? Are you doing no school?
I was thinking that, who is teaching the kids that are on the 14-day quarantine, let's say?
So if in there a hybrid, like.
Yeah,
In a
so
hybrid or, yeah.
They're gonna have to, they're gonna have to join one of the remote
Gonna have to
groups.
join
So
remote.
if you're
So
a
the one day
hybrid
you
kid,
could-
So the
you should
longer
join
ones,
like
yeah, but
group B.
like a half
If
an
you're
hour.
hybrid, you're
No.
only
Right,
doing
that-
group B.
Totally.
If
Okay,
you're-
as long as there's something in place for them.
Yes.
But if you're in class, you're gonna have to join, like a second grader, you'll have to join the hybrid second grade group.
Yeah.
And that goes for the same if the teacher is a positive.
I figured
Correct.
I started.
Yep.
I'm only on the first folder. Should've
Well,
been
so if a teacher is, it depends. So if a teacher is diagnosed, or if a teacher goes on a cruise, February vacation, and has to quarantine, I guess technically, she could do or he could do the class remotely. I don't know.
I'm sure that'll be.
But we'd have to have a
that's
sub in
week,
the,
like,
sub in the room.
Yeah.
It's in there. It is in there.
We'll have a
but-
sub too for that.
All right.
Tanya, thank you.
Tanya, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you.
You're a very good trooper.
Oh, wait, Tanya, I have one more question. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I don't think we voted.
Tanya, what's your position on masks and hamburger?
Should they be worn outside?
We're making fun, but this came from, it really is a good idea.
Yeah, it is.
It
It's a
really
great
is a good idea.
I think I've
They're
seen it
disposable, they're tiny, it really is.
It is a good idea.
I'm gonna tip myself over the.
Do we have to vote on that?
Yeah.
All those
Yeah, because
policies?
isn't it a draft?
It's still a draft,
in
it's a
draft
draft in
form.
progress.
Send it out if you.
Yeah, we can if we're saying it's a working document, draft in
It's not this
progress.
draft.
Subject to change.
What's next?
Because we don't even, we don't have it all. We don't have the guidelines for pickup. and-
It's gonna be a work in progress for the whole year.
Who is it addressed to?
Jane Reggio from Alexa.
I haven't,
Oh, you didn't get this yet?
it might be her I did get a thank you from her, though. I was gonna mention that in my thing, but that's okay.
Calendar, Jane?
Calendar.
Jane, before you, the association, the Unit A Association had a chance to review.
Oh, they picked their day?
Yeah, they did. No, and they did approve and support the calendar.
Oh, okay.
Yep. No, they were great. So we appreciate that.
So, once again, we have the calendar in front of us. And as you know, the Department of Education agreed that staff should have 10 days of staff in-person training. It could be training of student, it could be, whatever, but for professional development days at the start of school. But that classes had to begin by September 16th. And so in order for our classes to begin on September 16th and to get those 10 days in there, we had to back it to the teachers beginning on Monday, August 31st. So teachers and Unit C and anybody else who's not 12 month will report on Monday, August 31st. They will still have the Friday off before Labor Day. They will still have the Monday Labor Day holiday. And they'll go until the 15th. And classes will begin. Students will need to be in some form. It may be a little bit changed or whatever, but on September 16th. And then I don't think some of the PD days shifted a little bit.
Yeah, there. October 30th is a professional development day because we had 4. We have a 184-day work calendar for our bargaining units. January 15th, March 19th, and May 28th, our professional development days.
What is the blue in June?
Graduation.
Oh. Okay.
And that makes the last day of school a half day on June 18th?
And that's 170 days?
170 instructional days, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the teachers are 184.
So for those people who are wondering when school starts, it will be starting September 16th.
Will kindergartners start that day? Didn't they start a day later last year?
Yeah, we're going to be bringing them back when everybody else comes
Okay.
back, but we're doing it in different, like, small groups.
Yeah.
But yes, that's the first day.
All right.
Motion. Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Okay, moved by Tara, seconded by Jack. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Good. Next thing on our agenda, for those who have been watching our meetings over the last couple weeks, and anybody who still might be watching now, we have been evaluating our superintendent. And at our last meeting, we agreed that he had met or exceeded all of the expectations and goals that were set, minus the student learning one, which we could not evaluate. Very similar to last year, yet beyond. So we've seen growth. And as such, I am recommending that the raise be similar to last year's. And I would entertain a motion to increase his contract by $6,500 for the FY 2021 year.
So moved.
Moved by Wendy. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Again, very similar in line to last year. So all those in favor of the increase of $6,500 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Thank you for your service. And that's it for us. Oh, Lord.
Did we get rid of this stuff?
What? No, now
Yes.
we're back to the superintendent.
Very quickly,
only
the
just what I have
surplus from Millville, it's in your packet. We just need a
So moved.
Second.
Motion to
motion.
accept.
Oh, okay, second, and we're gonna get rid of this stuff?
Yep.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 And then lastly, last week we were notified that our state budget should be level funded with the additional supports that we need for any COVID-related issues through the grants that I either will receive or have already received. So we are pleased to share that bit of news that our state aid should be level funded. I just wanted to give an update on that. That concludes my report.
And is there any school committee, Karen, you have a letter?
That one didn't make it to me.
I have one thing for committee forum.
Yep. go
I
ahead.
just actually would request that we do revisit the option to look into K through 3 if there's any type of hybrid option that could be made available. I think that there is more interest out there. Maybe people just haven't said it yet, but I think I've heard there is interest. I don't know if it's enough to create classrooms, but if we can look at it, I'd appreciate the option.
I can talk to you about that, but, anyone else? Aaron?
I just want to wish Wendy well again. I think I already said goodbye to her last time, but I think this is her.
I'm never gone, Erin.
Yes, thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
I know that we approved
You have
a
that letter?
particular model tonight, but I think it's really important to thank all the people who are making decisions, because those decisions are not easy. And I think everybody has a personal opinion about one way or another, but I don't think any of us, wanted a pandemic to make these decisions. So I'm asking, on social media that you take a few steps back and try to be understanding, because understanding is a choice, and the choices that I've been seeing are not kind. And I don't think it's anybody's fault, whether we choose hybrid, whether we choose remote, whether, you can play sports or not play sports. I mean, these decisions, we have to look out for the safety of the students. And I'm just asking for people to be kind because everybody, I mean, I'm a teacher, I'm a school committee member, I'm a parent of 4 people. And I just think it's been really rough out there, and I know people are anxious, but I don't think you need to point blame on anybody because we are in a pandemic. So I just ask that you be kind and understanding and listen to other people's points of view instead of sending blame to one person or another. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. And I will add to that, the tone you set as a parent is the tone that your children will bring into the classroom. So if that's the way you want them to approach their learning, then that makes it a lot tougher on everybody else to do their job. Anyone else? Okay, I did receive 2 letters, one from Hannah Larkin to thank us. She received her scholarship finally. Did she finally get it? And it was a very lovely note that she sent, and one from Alexa Lemieux to thank us for awarding her the school committee scholarship. And she is very excited to go to college, and she gets to go, Tammy?
As of now, she's going.
All right.
2
she gets to
virtual,
go.
two virtual classes, 2 live classes, and 1 blended, whatever that means.
And we have one more piece of business. We currently have a meeting on the 27th of August. It will include a much more detailed plan. So the question is, do we want to keep that meeting or move it up a week and meet on Thursday, the 20th of August? And if we do the 20th, does that give you enough time?
Yeah, it would give me enough time, but it's up to
I just feel like families need
Earlier?
the guts
They
of
need the weeds.
Yep.
Yeah, need the weeds. All right.
So we're
So
moving
our
it up, we'll
next
be having
meeting
both.
will be August 20th. We were supposed to try to have a meeting with the towns on August 18th. Are we still going to try to do that?
Yeah.
So we may have an August 18th meeting once Bridget can confirm that. And for the Blackstone members, you have an August 11th meeting to select the 2 new members.
Is that in person?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Board of Selectmen meetings are in
And
person.
I have been told that it will be up on the agenda, like not at the end of the meeting, but, so when you go to Blackstone, you usually wait outside, and not outside, but outside their meeting room until your item is called, and then you're invited in and do your thing, and then you leave.
Are you gonna be there, Shane?
I will be there.
And there are 3 candidates.
What?
Or 3 people put in their intention as of now.
3 people have?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you for that update. All right. Entertain a motion to adjourn. Don't everybody jump at once.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Wendy.
We got a lot
It's the first thing you
accomplished.
wanna
That's
do.
all I'm gonna say.
I'm not sure I can stand up, obviously. Jesse and Tim, thank you very much. I hope you cleaned up the other room and don't have to do it now.
Let's do that.